Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, actually, good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. We're back like we never left. We're back like we never left. You know what time it is. You know what time, you know what time, you know what time it is. We are back, 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 daddy. Okay, so, you know, we are still throwing it back to 2020 and the journey to the White House. We're here to talk about the rallies, the campaigns. Also, we are counting down to the the debate on September 10th. If it happens, we are not sure yet. Hopefully, it happens. However, we're gonna be throwing it back. Stop doing that, boo. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Get tissue to clean your nose and stop licking your lips like that. Come in. Stop doing that. Don't do that. All right. Okay, so fatherhood. Okay. Okay. So we're back. 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 We back. All right. Let's have this discussion. Oh, are we actually live? That's the thing. I'm not even sure if we're live. Are we? Are we actually live yet? Just so I am sure. Are we live? Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live show. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the show. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know what time it is. All right, let's throw it back real fast. Let's throw it back real fast. Mm, all right, let's get it. Let's get it real quick.
Very much, everybody. Thank you. Wow. I will never, ever let you down. That I can tell you, ever. Amazing. And I want to thank Manchester and New Hampshire, very special. You remember those primaries? That primary came around, and remember what happened during the primary? Trump should come in third or fourth, and we came in easily number one, and that was the beginning. That was an easy one. I want to thank you all. This is incredible. And it's great to be back in a state that I love with thousands of hardworking patriots who are the heart and soul of America, and that's what you are. And we're actually here today to officially launch our campaign to win the great state of New Hampshire in 2020. And I saw some fake polls put out by the fake news media. And it said that I'm tied with three of the other candidates, the Democrats. I'm tied in New Hampshire. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. One of them has a rally. He's got 100 people. So this holds 12,000. We're full. And we could fill it up 4 times at least. We could fill it up 4 times. but I just want to thank you all. I just think it's going to be a tremendous 4 years. We're going to have a tremendous 4 years. Can you believe it? We only have a little more than a year to go where it all started, right? The greatest movement in the history of our country. The greatest political movement in the history of our country. And even though we had fake witch hunts on our back and all the other things that we had to go through, we have taken this big, beautiful ship, and it's being turned around very quickly. Three years ago, we campaigned across the country on a pledge to make America great again, and that's exactly what we've done. I think we can honestly say it's the greatest slogan in the history of politics in America, right? Make America great again. So if you don't mind, you know, the other candidates they spend millions and millions of dollars on this question that I'm going to ask you. They spend millions. You remember the first slogan from our opponent? That's right. Neither do I. Neither does anybody. I don't either. Nobody remembers. The only thing I remember is the first night I went out after I heard it. And I said, see, it's all about her. And they immediately changed it after spending like $1 million. It's all about her. That didn't work out too well. That slogan wasn't too good. So we have to do this. We have to make a decision. Do you give up the greatest slogan in the history of politics in our country? Make America great again, right? So do we give up Make America Great Again for a new slogan? Because look, our country is doing great. We are doing very well with China, despite the fact that they want to have you believe to the contrary. All you have to do is say, China, how you doing? They're not too happy. They're not too happy. They're losing millions of jobs. The tariffs are working, and they're eating the tariffs, by the way. There's no price increase. You know, you got to talk to these people. The fake news. But do we give up? And by the way, the biggest beneficiary, you know who have been great? Our great farmers have been so incredible because they've been targeted by China. And frankly, they've been targeted for a long time, including by incompetent politicians that have run this country for a long time. So we're making up for a lot of lost ground. But do we give up Make America Great Again for Keep America Great? Keep America Great. Okay, you ready? Ready? I love this because it's free. And we have all the time in the world, right? Is there anything better than a Trump rally? What about a sleepy Joe Biden rally? Right? Boy, he's made some beauties. I sort of hope it's him. I don't mind any of them. You got Pocahontas is Rising. You got Kamala. Kamala is Falling. You got Beto. Beto is like gone. But we'll see what happens. Whoever it is, I don't know that it matters, but whoever it is, different people. But I don't know. I think Sleepy Joe may be able to limp across the finish line. But today they announced that they're going to cut way back on his appearances because he is such a disaster. They're going to have fewer appearances. You've heard that, right? This is serious. They're going to cut way back on his appearances. Can you believe it? If I ever did that, it would be over. The fake news would get us, but we don't let them get us, and it is fake. And today, the deputy editor of the New York Times was demoted. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? All the news that's not fit to print, you know? All the news, the fake, failing New York Times. So, what do I go with? What do we go? You know, it's really we. It's not me. We're doing it together. They came from the hills. They came from the mountains, from the rivers. They came from all over the place. And they showed up, and they voted like nobody's seen before. And it was 306 to 223, remember? 306. And we won Wisconsin, and they said, oh, we never thought of that. Got to think about those things. And we won Michigan, and now we have a lot of car companies coming into Michigan. And we have a lot of great farming events happening really big in Wisconsin. And we have incredible things going on in Pennsylvania. We just opened up a $10 billion plant. We have many of them going up, many of them, a lot of jobs. Spending in Louisiana, an LNG plant, $10 billion. Could never have happened. Could never have happened. Pennsylvania, it would have never happened. They wouldn't have allowed them to frack, so they would have never been able to build it. But what a place that is. It'll be open in a little more than a year. But I have to make a decision. It's a big decision. Do we give up the greatest theme, phrase, logo, whatever you want to call it, in the history of politics, risky, for a brand new one? Because Make America Great Again, we're really sort of there, and we have a little time left. Right? And now we have a group of socialists or communists, could be. They're not far away. Now the fake news will hit me on that. How dare he say that? But they're not far away, right? They're not far away. 95% tax. Does anybody want to pay 95% tax in the room? I don't think so. So, but I'm not going to go into their plan, because as far as I'm concerned, the Green New Deal is a beautiful thing. No, it's a beautiful thing. We want it to continue onward until about a month before the election. I will let them have it like you've never heard before. I don't want them to change. Too early. It's like Elizabeth Warren. I did the Pocahontas thing. I hit her really hard, and it looked like she was down and out, but that was too long ago. I should have waited, but don't worry. We will revive it. It can be revived. It can be right? It will be revived, and it can be revived very easily and very quickly, and we're going to have some fun in the state of New Hampshire. Now, what do we do? Ready? Let me have first Make America Great Again, then Keep America Great, right? Just applaud like crazy for the one you want to use for this campaign, and there's a possibility we'll use both. There's a possibility we'll use both. Because I hate like hell to give up the one. Is there a possibility we'll use both? Maybe one a little bit less. Are you ready? So we'll start Make America Great Again, and then Keep America Great. Okay? Are you ready? Who's in favor of the campaign theme being Make America Great Again? Who's in favor of our theme being Keep America Great? So, oh, wait a minute, this is your hat. I was going to keep it, actually. Thank you. Thank you. So that's really been the reaction. I've done this before, big crowds, and it really is Keep America Great, because we have these socialists want to take it away from us. They want to take it away. So it works good. Because until a couple of days ago, and that'll catch up very quickly, we have no choice. By the way, I never said China was going to be easy, but it's not tough, and they want to make a deal. We just spoke to them yesterday. They want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. They have to make a deal. And you know what? It'll be wonderful to make a deal. I don't think we're ready to make a deal. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariffs. And again, China's devaluing their currency. They're pouring out money. The prices haven't gone up, so that means we're taking in billions of dollars. We're not paying for it. And ultimately, their devaluations are going to hurt them very badly. They want to make a deal, and they should want to make a deal. But when you listen to the fake news, look at how many there are. That's unbelievable. I mean, I actually had something today. I had something today. Are we sure that we're in New Hampshire? You know, you have a reputation. I mean, I know it's not true because I know you too well. You have a reputation of being very staid, very, very elegant, staid, incredible people. You're not acting it tonight. And that's good. That's a good thing. No, we love our country. We have enthusiasm for our country, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Before the election, our factories were closing. Hey, who knows it better than you? You're like central casting for the closing of factories. Our jobs were vanishing. Our military was totally depleted. When I took over, our military was sad. We weren't flying half of our planes. They were old. They were tired. Our equipment was tired. Our people weren't tired, though. Our people weren't tired. But everything we had, it was depleted. Now we've rebuilt our military like never before. And all made in the USA, just so you know. And our nation was weakened at home and disrespected abroad. They don't disrespect us anymore, folks. I got NATO to pay an extra $100 billion they weren't paying. They were delinquent. Many nations were, except for 7, many nations weren't paying what they were supposed to be paying. So we're supposed to protect them. They kill us on trade. They have all sorts of barriers and everything else. The taxes are really unfair. The tariffs were ridiculous, what they do to us in Europe. And then we protect them. They don't pay. And I say, I'm sorry, folks, you have to pay. You have to pay. They were delinquent. They were delinquent. And my biggest fan is Secretary General Stoltenberg from NATO. He said until President Trump came along, we were going boom. They would have been finished very quickly. But I'm tired of paying for other nations anyway, I have to be honest with you. And today our nation is stronger than ever before. We're now stronger than ever before. You saw we ended the Iran disaster. How about that? We paid them $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash. Cash, cash, cash. We got nothing. And they also want to make a deal. China wants to make a deal. And I will tell you, Iran wants to make a deal because the sanctions are not good for them. They are not happy. So we'll see how it all turns out, but it's in good hands. It's in good hands. The United States right now has the hottest economy anywhere in the world. We're rebuilding that awesome might that we were just talking about, our United States Armed Forces. America is working again, America is winning again, and America is respected again, respected like never before. They respect us again, and you see it. You know, a recent poll came out where it showed that President Obama was more popular in Germany and other places than I am. And I said, of course he's more popular. He's not demanding that they pay for their protection that we provide. He's not doing that. I'm doing that. And in fact, if I was the most popular, I'm not doing my job right, okay? So true. We've created over 6 million new jobs since the election. If I would have said that during the campaign, those people back there would have been headlines, headlines. More than 7 million Americans have been lifted off of food stamps. Since my election, the number of new businesses starting in the great state of New Hampshire has skyrocketed by almost 25%. And you can't really go by my election. You got to go by November 9th because, you know, the markets have gone through the roof since November 9th. That's the day after I won the election. So I won the election, the markets went up thousands of points, things started happening, you started doing things that you would have never, even though I didn't get sworn in until January 20th. But they refused to do that. And let me tell you, if for some reason I wouldn't have won the election, these markets would have crashed. And that'll happen even more so in 2020. See, the bottom line is, I know you like me, and this room is a love fest, I know that, but you have no choice but to vote for me because your 401ks, down the tubes, everything's going to be down the tubes. So whether you love me or hate me, you got to vote for me. Businessman the other day, one of the most successful guys in the country. I've never liked him, never liked him. He never liked me, I never liked him. I see him in the White House. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I'm working to make sure you get elected. I said, you got to be kidding. You don't like me, I don't like you. What the hell is this all about? He said, that's right, we've had our differences. I haven't liked you. But to be honest with you, Mr. President, I have no choice. I said, you're right. You're right. First thing I've ever heard him say that I agreed with. He's got no choice. He got no choice. Unemployment in New Hampshire has reached the lowest rate in actually 31 years, but within a very short period of time, it will be the lowest rate in the history of our country. So think of that. You have the best unemployment, you have the most successful state in the history of your state and in the history of our country, and then you're going to vote for somebody else? Oh, great. Let's vote for Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. We have the best numbers we've ever had. Let's vote for somebody else. I don't think that's going to happen, folks. I don't think that's going to happen. Only with fixed polls does that happen. Unemployment for African Americans, you've heard me say this many times, I'm very proud of it. Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans have all reached their lowest rates ever recorded in the history of our country. Wages are rising quickly. Remember when I used to say people have been working 2 and 3 jobs, making less money than they made 21 years ago? I used to say it all the time. Now I can say, for the first time in 20 years, wages are rising, and you know who's the biggest beneficiary? Blue-collar workers. My administration is fighting to expand opportunity for citizens of every background and every race, religion, color, and creed. Very important. Because we are all Americans. We all share the same home. We all share the same heart. We all share the same dreams. We are all children of the same Almighty God. But at the very moment when our country should be coming together to enjoy these wonderful blessings, the radical Democrats are trying to tear America apart. They vilify anyone who doesn't share their extreme views. They slander our law enforcement heroes. You see what they're doing with our police that we love. You see what they're doing? Has anyone ever seen anything like the water being thrown on New York's finest? Have you ever seen it? And I know a lot of New York's finest. They're not happy. They're not happy. And they are great people. These are great, great, proud people. For that to be allowed to happen is a disgrace. They view everybody as fascist and Nazis. They use the term Nazi. This was a term you couldn't even use it. Now they use it like on a regular basis, a Nazi. He's a Nazi. Think of that. He's a Nazi. You couldn't use it. Now they use it. They accuse our heroic border agents of running concentration camps. And they do an incredible job. And the Democrats don't want to fix the loopholes or asylum. They do an incredible job, our border agents. And they look down upon the hardworking citizens who truly make our country run. But while the Democrats rage and resist, That guy's got a serious weight problem. Go home, start exercising. Get him out of here, please. Got a bigger problem than I do. Got a bigger problem than all of us. Now he goes home and his mom says, "What the hell have you just done?" We are continuing our incredible movement, the greatest political movement in the history of our country. There's never been a movement like this, never. Our movement is built on love, and it is. And we love our families, we love our faith, we love our flag, and we love our freedom. And that's what it's about. And add to that the fact that we love our neighbors and we love our country. Together, we are all united by one fundamental principle. A nation's first duty must always be to its own citizens. Its own. We've got to take care of our own. You haven't heard that from a politician or a political leader in a long time. It's called America First. It's America First. We're thrilled to be joined tonight by many tremendous Republican leaders and great friends of mine, a man who's doing an incredible job as your governor, because I want to take 100% of the credit for the incredible turnaround of New Hampshire. And I remember it not so long ago. Things were not looking good. People were leaving. A lot of bad things were happening. But we have to give him a lot of credit. He's been a great governor, Chris Sununu, with a great father, too. Great father. With a great father. His father was tough. Chris, your father was so tough. He was for somebody else in the primaries. And then one by one, I won here, I won there, I won there. And then when I won, his father got on and I said, "Oh, this guy kills me, he's so tough." And he said, "President Trump will be the greatest of all time." I said, "What happened? What happened?" He went from being the toughest critic to the best there is. So I want to say hello to your father. Okay, Chris, you'll tell him. Great guy, what a family. What a family. Thank you, Chris. New Hampshire Senate Republican leader, Chuck Morse. Chuck. Thanks, Chuck. New Hampshire House Republican leader, Dick Hinch. Thank you, Dick. Thank you, Dick. Great job. A man who was with me right from the beginning. In fact, he had a meeting at his house. His house has never been the same. His house is a disaster now. In fact, somebody said he just sold it. But you know what? Because of the Trump economy, I'll bet he sold it for a big, big, fat, beautiful profit. Where is Steve? Steve Stepanak and his wife, who's incredible. Did you make a lot of money on the house? And we destroyed the house. This was the beginning. He held some kind of a meeting for me, and he has a nice house. But literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people showed up, and they destroyed his house. It's never been the same. No wonder you sold it. They finally gave up. And that was 4 years ago. Anyway, thank you very much, both, for being here. Appreciate it. What great people. Thank you, Steve. Great job. And I hope the buyer of his house didn't hear that little... Steve, I hope the buyer didn't hear what I just said about your house. He'll cancel. That's all right. You'll sell it for more to somebody else. Don't worry. Republican Party Chair, Ronna McDaniel. You know, Ronna headed up Michigan. And for many, many years, nobody won Michigan as a Republican. But I used to complain, and, you know, I'd go there and I'd say, "They're stealing your car business." I'd go for years. In fact, 5 or 6 years before I even thought about running, for whatever reason, they named me Man of the Year in Michigan. I said, how come? I didn't even understand it myself, but I was named Man of the Year. I wasn't even political. That was years before I did this. But I was always complaining that our car business is being stolen. I mean, it's sort of obvious, right? Mexico now has 32% of our car business. It all left the state of Michigan. We are bringing it back at a level that nobody's ever seen before, our car business. But I went to Michigan, and my opponent was told that the Republicans, no way you can win Michigan or Wisconsin, that you just can't. And we had a campaign manager named Ronna McDaniel. And Ronna wouldn't stop. Sir, can you be here next week? I say, I don't know. Then I leave, and she said, sir, can you come back in 3 days? I said, I don't know. Then I do it, and she said, how about another time? And then on election night, she said, sir, it was 6 o'clock the day before the election. In other words, just a short while before the election, she calls me, sir, can you be here tonight? I said, tonight? And by the way, you know where I was? I was in New Hampshire. That's right. She said, sir, can you be here tonight? I said, are you sure? I started speaking at 1 o'clock in the morning. Now it's election day. We had 32,000 people show up. It was like this. The crowd was just, they want to see things happen in our country. They love our country. It went crazy. And I left, and I said, I don't know why we're going to lose Michigan. Why would we lose Michigan? Look at this. And the opponent went there with Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. And she went there much earlier, prime time. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning is not exactly prime time. So we had 32,000, and they had a tiny little crowd. And I looked at my people, and I said, I know we're not supposed to win the great state of Michigan, but I think we're going to win Michigan, and we won Michigan, and we won Wisconsin. We won Wisconsin. Wisconsin was a great victory, and we won Pennsylvania, and we won North Carolina, and South Carolina, and we won Florida, and I hate to tell you, we should have won New Hampshire. That was taken away. New Hampshire was taken away. It was taken away from us, but we should have. We did great in New Hampshire. We should have won New Hampshire, but that's okay. I'm not holding it against you because it was not your fault. But we had a woman in Michigan, and I said, when it came time to choosing the head of the Republican National Committee, I said, who the hell is that woman up in Michigan that got me to keep coming there and explaining that we can't continue to lose our car business? We have 17 companies now coming back in. Who is that woman? And it was Ronna. We put her in charge of the Republican National Committee. The job that she has done is incredible. Thank you. And the same with another man, our campaign manager. He started off as a computer genius. And remember when they used to say that the Hillary Clinton campaign is highly sophisticated? Highly sophisticated. She did a lot of bad things, folks. 33,000 emails deleted after getting a subpoena from the United States Congress. 33,000. Remember, she said it was about her daughter's wedding and yoga classes. 33,000, yeah. It was disgraceful. I will tell you this, we now have a great Attorney General. a fair guy, a great gentleman. So another man who's here tonight is the world's tallest campaign manager. He is an unbelievable talent, but they were saying about our opponent, I'm not going to mention the name again because we'll never get it finished here. So I'll just say my opponent. Is that better? And they were saying how sophisticated her campaign was. Except ours was far more sophisticated. And we had a man that did an incredible job. And he's now our campaign manager. And he's one of the tallest human beings I've ever seen. And his name is Brad Parscale. And he is fantastic. It's nice when you don't have to look for anybody. You just look over and you see a guy who's twice as tall as everyone. Great job, Brad. Thank you. How are we doing, Brad? Good. Doing good. Got great poll numbers. We got great poll numbers in a lot of states. Ohio, Iowa. You know, Iowa, every week that they campaign, our numbers go up. They're winning Iowa. We gave them ethanol, which is very important, a lot of things for Iowa. But every week we seem to be going up in Iowa because they're campaigning in Iowa. Wherever they go, our numbers go up. Somebody's going to have to explain that one to me someday, but we like it. A man who's a friend of mine, who was the greatest mayor in the history of New York City. Stand up, Rudy. Rudy Giuliani. Man, he did a job. He did a job. In the first year, I've never seen anything like it. New York was crime infested. We had problems. We had problems like nobody would believe. And Rudy went in there and he did the job. And people loved him for it. It wasn't like, oh, gee, he's a horrible person. People loved Rudy Giuliani. He was a great, great mayor. So thank you, Rudy, for being here. Thank you. And the first person that I put on the campaign, he was driving me wild. He said, I'm saying you can win, sir. You can win. I'm telling you, you can win. He loves this state. He's from this state. He said, you can win, sir. I'm just telling you. And I had him on for month after month. He'd come drive me crazy. He'd say, you can win, you can win, you can win. And finally, we said, let's give it a shot. And I had Corey, I had Hope, I had just a couple of people. We had a rather lean and mean staff. But Corey Lewandowski loves your state, loves New Hampshire. He was the first one that talked about us possibly winning the whole big ball game. And he's tough, and he's smart, and I'm hearing he's thinking about running for the Senate from New Hampshire. I don't know. I think it'd be tough to beat. I'll tell you one thing, he'll go into Washington and he's going to have you in mind. He's going to do a job if he does do it, so we'll see what happens. He hasn't made up his mind yet, but he would be fantastic. And I guess it's something you go back and you talk to your family, you talk to your wife, and you make a decision. They're all saying, are you going to support him? I said, I don't know if he's running. So, Corey, let us know, please, if you don't mind. Let us know. Our shared Republican agenda is pro-worker, pro-jobs, pro-family, pro-growth, and 100% pro-American. For decades and decades, the permanent politicians in Washington pursued the very opposite. They sold out our workers. You see it, you know it better than any place. When I talk about the horrors of NAFTA, the horrors of trade deals, I mean, I'm sorry to tell you this, I usually refer to New Hampshire. Nobody took it worse than New England, and nobody took it worse than New Hampshire. Now, here's the good news. I would never let that happen again, and Chris will never let that happen again. Is there a doctor, please? Doctor in the house? Thank you. Doctor in the house. Please, doctor, please. Thank you very much. Take your time. Yeah, take your time. Thank you. Take your time, fellas. Plenty of time. You know, people got here 2.5 days ago. Many of these people in the front, right? 2.5. 2.5 days ago, a lot of these people. So you can understand, it's pretty tough. Thank you. Thank you. That's okay. These are great people. These are great people that love our country. Just remember. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pretty good. Pretty good. So our politicians shipped away our jobs, shed our sovereignty, surrendered our dignity, and saddled our nation in one foreign debacle after another. And we're still here. He just said it. We're still here. You better believe it. And we're here stronger than ever before we're here. But all of that ended the day that I took the oath of office. The American people are in charge of their country again. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations. They were strangling our country. We cut more regulations in 2.5 years than any other president in their full terms. 4 years, 8 years, or in one case, more than that. Cut more than anybody. To get relief to working families, we passed the largest package of tax cuts and tax reforms in the history of our country. You're making a lot more money. You're making a lot more money, and you see it, and you know it because you see it in your paycheck every week. We ended the last administration's cruel war on American energy, and we are delivering a policy of American energy independence like you've never seen before. And in fact, if you look at the straits where we're having all of the problems, You look at the straits. Number one, they're not touching our ships. They're not playing with our ships. They're taking them from this country, from that country, from that country. But you know what? Very importantly, we have very few ships going there anymore because we don't need that oil and gas. And the United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. Every leading Democrat has pledged to abolish the American oil, coal, and natural gas industries that are fueling our economic boom. Can you imagine this? We're sitting on great wealth. They want to take it away from us. And the alternatives don't have the power. They don't have the power. They want wind. Wind. Wind is so beautiful as long as you don't have to stare at a windmill and your house goes down in value like to nothing. Steve, if you had a windmill anywhere near your house, you would have gotten 1/3 the price you got, Steve. That's true, by the way. Steve's too smart to let that happen. We won't let them take it away from you. We are reversing decades of calamitous trade policies that shattered New Hampshire and your factories. They shattered your communities, and they shattered American power and American prestige all around the globe. New Hampshire lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs following NAFTA and China's entrance into the World Trade Organization, 2 of the worst deals ever in the history of our world, not just our country. Election after election, politicians came to your state pretending to have the courage to stand up for the American worker. Then they went to Washington and let other countries push them around and special interests buy them off and steal your jobs and take your companies. That's what happened. Me, I don't care about their campaign contributions. It doesn't matter to me, folks. We want to do a job. We want to do a great job. And we're setting records. And you know who's sending us the money? The small donors. We have big donors, but we have small donors are sending us the money for the election. Pretty amazing. That's not supposed to happen to a Republican, but it's happening to this Republican, it's happening to you. Every vow that politicians made was broken, every hope was dashed, and every promise turned into a total betrayal of New Hampshire and of our country. But in this administration, we have something those sellout politicians could only dream of. It's called strength and commitment. We don't play games. We don't play games. After years and years of building up other countries, we are finally building up our country, standing up for our jobs, our workers, and standing up for our dignity. The forgotten men and women of America will never, ever be forgotten again. You were forgotten. The last administration with Sleepy Joe and Obama tried to ram through one of the worst trade deals ever negotiated, worse than NAFTA, worse than WTO. It was called the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It would have been a disaster. TPP would have gutted the American auto industry, would have been in shambles. Our auto industry is coming back so strong. Would have gutted, would have destroyed the industry. But in my first week in office, I proudly withdrew the United States from that job-destroying catastrophe. And we're imposing beautiful, well-placed tariffs. Money comes in on foreign countries that cheat our workers, steal our jobs, and break all the rules. I'm sorry. And by the way, they've been changing and charging tariffs on us for years. We have countries that charge us 100%, 200%, 297% in the case of Canada with your farm products. We're not going to stand for it. And man, did we turn things around. And we've just started. If companies don't want to pay a tariff, I have one simple solution. Come make your product in America. Come make your product in New Hampshire. Zero tariffs. Zero. Zero. No tariff. Together, we're restoring this nation's industrial might. And we are doing it with American iron, American aluminum, and American steel. We're doing steel. Steel industry is hot. The steel, they were dumping steel all over. They were destroying our companies. U.S. Steel now, all of them, they're all expanding. The steel industry is back. It's doing great. We're opening up mines in Minnesota, the great state of Minnesota. They have magnificent mines that have the best iron ore in the world, and President Obama closed them down. Maybe we can get Representative Omar from Minnesota to open them up, but I don't think so. She'll open them up. I don't think so. Representative Omar, that's another one. We're replacing NAFTA with the brand new USMCA. That's Mexico and Canada. Great deal. The USMCA will create countless jobs for farmers, manufacturers all across the state. We need Congress to pass the USMCA immediately. We'll make it a bipartisan deal. We don't even want credit. The unions benefit, the non-unions benefit, everybody benefits. It brings it back to fairness, and it makes it very hard for our companies to leave our countries, go to Mexico or Canada. We lose all our jobs, we lose all our taxes, we end up with empty factories and plants. It makes it almost impossible. We're not going to have that. That was my one rule that I had to have. It's going to be very, very hard for companies to do that. I've also taken the toughest ever action to stand up to China's chronic trade abuses. Earlier this month, the U.S. government officially labeled China for the first time ever a currency manipulator, another promise kept. While others allowed China to freely loot the U.S. economy, $500 billion a year, not million, billion, with a B. We've made it clear that the theft of American jobs and American wealth is over. Yet, today, the Wall Street Journal editorial board and some others continue to publish foolish articles that demonstrate that they understand nothing about trade or business, nothing. They advocate only economic surrender. They actually say, go to China, take off the tariffs, make a deal. I lose all the cards we take off the tariffs. We don't have any cards. Think of it. They say, go to Europe. By the way, the European Union is worse than China, just smaller. It treats us horribly. Barriers, tariffs, taxes, and we let them come in. It's worse than China. Many of us come from there. I do. That's what it's got going. That's about it. They treat us really badly. And many others, many others. India tariffs us probably higher than any nation anywhere in the world. We have tariffs of 100% on products and much more than that. India. So we're working on all of them. I called Prime Minister Modi. I said, Mr. Prime Minister, not fair. We got to change. We got to change. Got to change. And we're talking to them very seriously. We're talking to a lot of places. But when the Wall Street Journal comes out and they say, no, take the tariffs off. Go and talk to China. They've been trying to talk to them for 25 years. But actually, you know what? They really haven't. The fact is, the leaders that were in my position, they didn't do a damn thing. They didn't talk. They didn't talk. Past leaders followed the terrible advice of these editorial boards that are frankly totally inexperienced in business, I guess. And our industries were utterly decimated. Globalism enriches foreign countries at our expense. Globalism. I love our country. I'm the President of the United States of America. I'm not the President of the world. And as long as I'm president, America will never bow to a foreign nation like we were for so many years. As we restore our prosperity, we are also restoring public safety. We are fighting to reduce violent crime. You see so much it over the last 25 years, so much crime. And ensure that every American can live in safety and peace. And yet, with all that you see, we've had one of the best years of crime prevention that we've ever had. Wouldn't seem that way, but it is one of the best years because those gentlemen that we just saw, the law enforcement, they do a great job. And you've been reading about this a lot lately. We are working very hard to make sure we keep guns out of the hands of insane people and those who are mentally sick and shouldn't have guns. But people have to remember, however, that there is a mental illness problem that has to be dealt with. It's not the gun that pulls the trigger. It's the person holding the gun. Years ago, many cities and states, I remember it so well, closed mental institutions for budgetary reasons. They let those people out onto the street. You probably have your examples up here. I can tell you in New York, they closed so many of them, and they let really seriously mentally ill people out on the streets. And you see plenty of them today, even today. We're going to have to give major consideration to building new facilities for those in need. We have to do it. And at the same time, we will be taking mentally deranged and dangerous people off of the streets so we won't have to worry so much about that. A big problem. We don't have those institutions anymore, and people can't get proper care. They're seriously ill people, and they're on the streets. We can't make it harder for good, solid, law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. We will always uphold the right to self-defense, and we will always uphold the Second Amendment. We will. So important. One of the most powerful promises I made to the people of this state was to confront the opioid and drug epidemic. I used to go around New Hampshire more than any state, and you'd say, "Sir, the state is infested." You said, "Sir, we're like a drug den." You tell me. And I didn't really see it. And then I met with the police officers and fire departments and all the people that do, and you just seem to have a bigger problem. And by the way, the wall is being built. That's going to stop a lot of it. The wall's being built. It's being built. You know, we have the fake news, you know about that, where a wall that's lying on the ground in a very important section. So we pick up the wall, it's in pieces. I mean, literally, it's gone. And we build a brand new 30-foot steel and concrete wall. And the fake media said, he didn't build a wall, that's just renovation. There was no wall. It's lying on the ground. People walk right over it. It's rotted, rusted, gone. We take it away. We put a brand new wall up. They give me no credit. You know why? Because they're fake news. That's why. We're building a lot of wall. The Army Corps of Engineers is doing a great job. They're doing a great job. Since I took office, we've attacked the challenge with everything we have. We have secured a record $6 billion in new funding, opioid. We vastly increased the distribution of overdose-reversing drugs, which are pretty amazing things. We've given them to your police department, your fire department. Pretty amazing. We have reduced the total amount of opioids prescribed by 34%. And the Department of Justice has prosecuted more than 3,000 defendants in opioids-related cases. And our public awareness campaign about the terrible suffering that drugs inflict has already reached 58% of all young Americans. I said that you have to show them. We're doing ads, beautiful ads, shows them, and you've seen them. I don't even want to describe them. They're brutal. But we're doing ads on television and papers about how bad it is for children so they can see it. Because the greatest thing we can do is not get people started on drugs, right? Not get them started. It's hard to get off. You know, we can get them off, and we're doing it, and it's been done, but it's hard to get off. If they never start, it's real easy. It's real easy. So we're trying to get young kids. You won't see the fruits of this labor for a little while because it takes a while, but we are working so hard on advertising and promotions to tell young kids, children, how bad drugs are, how dangerous they are, how horrible they are, how they destroy your brain, how they do so many bad things. And they're really very tough ads. They're hard-hitting ads, and I think they're having a big impact. You'll see. Over time, you'll see. But we still have much work to do. But as a result of these efforts, last year we saw the first nationwide decline in drug overdose deaths in 31 years. It's pretty amazing. And at the center of America's drug crisis is the border crisis. Vast quantities of deadly narcotics are being smuggled across the border, including meth, cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl. And as part of my trade deal with China, it's been very important. And President Xi said he's going to do it. So far, he has not done it. But I said, you have to stop sending us fentanyl. Have to. And you have to criminalize in China the making of fentanyl. And so far, he has not come through, but I think he will. You'll know. You'll know. Yet Democrats want to open borders, and Republicans want strong borders. That's your difference. One wants open borders. Who can even think of an open border? Think of it. Even though many people that come into our country are wonderful people, they're still coming in illegally. They're not coming in through merit. But what about the bad ones? We have serious, serious criminals that want to come in. And if we had open borders, they would be flowing in like you've never seen before. Democrats want open borders. They don't mind crime. We do mind crime. And that's the way it is. Democrats also support deadly sanctuary cities. Last year alone, sanctuary cities declined. More than 17,000 requests from federal authorities to hand over criminal aliens already in their custody. In other words, 17,000 criminal aliens were released by these cities directly into U.S. communities. You don't understand even what the hell are they doing? What are they doing? 17,000. Republicans believe our cities should be sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans, not for criminal aliens. And we will always support the amazing heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, and we will always support law enforcement. Every Democrat candidate also wants to give illegal immigrants free welfare. Republicans believe public benefits should be protected for truly needy Americans, not for illegal aliens, and we should reduce our taxes and many other things with all of that money that we're talking about. We need to elect a strong Republican majority to end sanctuary cities, stop human traffickers, stop drug smugglers, and adopt an immigration system that puts the needs of American workers and families first. It's also time for Democrats to join with us to protect the sacred integrity of our elections by supporting voter ID, voter identification. It's incredible. They're constantly saying, oh, we need to protect our... They're not looking for that. They're not looking for that. We say, what about voter ID? In other words, you have a picture, you have to go up. What about voter ID? That they don't want to do. But we need voter ID. The Democrat Party has never been farther outside the mainstream. Where do they come from? You know, you say you want low taxes, good education, strong military, strong borders. You want to have safe homes. You want a house. You want low interest rates. You got low interest rates, the lowest ever. Got low interest. Good time to refinance your house, by the way. Great time. You got everything. And then you see these people. They're against. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're against. Every major Democrat running for president supports a massive government takeover of health care that would raid Medicare and destroy the private health insurance plans of millions of American families that they love. My administration is defending your right to choose the plan and the doctor that is best for you. The individual mandate is gone, the most unpopular part of Obamacare, and we almost have Obamacare gone. We're close. We would have had it before, but we had a vote that was a little bit surprising. I'm sure none of you knew who that vote was. We had it done, repeal and replace, but it's going to happen, and I think it's going to actually be, in the end, actually better. You watch. So we got rid of the individual mandate, which was the most unpopular part of Obamacare. And we're running it better. You know, I had a political decision. Do I make it? Great. Alex Azar, our secretary. Do we run it well? And sort of say, hey, we run it well? Or do we run it badly and have everybody upset? We said we got to run it well, but it's still much too expensive. It's lousy health care. But we got rid of the worst part of it, individual mandate. Individual mandate, where you have the privilege of buying the right not to have to pay for expensive insurance that's no good, health insurance. And we will, and you got to remember this, Republicans, and I speak for every one of them, we will always protect pre-existing conditions. We're going to protect, always. Right? Got to do it. Our ambitious campaign to reduce the price of prescription drugs has produced the largest decline in drug prices in 51 years. And the only decline in 51 years. We have launched a historic initiative to require price transparency, empowering you to choose the lowest price for yourself and for your family. Believe it or not, you didn't have the right to go in and price your drugs. Who could even believe this? I wonder if Big Pharma had something to do with that. So we're going to have transparency. Virtually every top Democrat also now supports late-term abortion, ripping babies straight from the mother's womb, right up until the moment of birth. And in the case of the Virginia governor, he's having a rough time. In his case, the baby is born. And then he goes to talk to the mother. The doctor talks to the mother. The baby is now born, wrapped, as he said. And then they decide whether or not to execute the baby. That is why I've asked Congress to prohibit extreme late-term abortion, because Republicans believe that every child is a sacred gift of God. Hard to believe, isn't it? Democrats are now the party of high taxes, high crime, open borders, late-term abortion, and socialism. The Republican Party is the party of freedom. We are the party of the American worker, the American family, and the American dream. And I'm fighting for you each and every day. So importantly, we have confirmed more than 140 federal judges. Within 90 days, it will be 179 federal judges. Thank you very much, President Obama. Thank you very much. I don't know what happened to them, but I came to office and I had 138 judges that were not appointed by President Obama. So I say, thank you, Mr. President, very good. And they'll say, he was a great president. Oh, the fake news, he was a great president. If he was a great president, how come he left me 138 judges to appoint when everybody says that's the single most important thing a president of the United States has to do? Great president. He was great. He was a great president. And these judges will apply the laws written, including we appointed 2 great Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh. And to help patients with life-threatening illnesses, we also passed something I'm so proud of. 44 years they couldn't get it passed. Right to try. You can use our newest, our best medicines. Incredible what's happening. I'm so proud of that. And this from forever, 5 decades, we passed for our great veterans VA choice and VA accountability. And one of our great friends, who's a veteran, who's been with me in New Hampshire, I don't know where you are. Where's our guy? Where is he? So Al. So I walk in, I said hello. He's been with me from the beginning. He liked Trump. And I came in, he said, sir, he's a great veteran. He said, sir, I have cancer. And sir, I went into the vet. They were very, very late. They had problems. I'm not blaming them. But they gave me the right to go out and get a great cancer surgeon. He had his operation. You look much better than you did 3 years ago, Al. Much better. Much better. VA choice, right, Al? VA choice. Great story. Thank you very much. And thank you for your loyalty. He's been to every rally I ever gave in New Hampshire, right from the beginning. I got so tired of looking at him. He'd always be here. Now look at him. Now he's sitting in very good. That's good. But I appreciate that story. I appreciate a VA choice just makes sense, right? Doesn't it make sense? We've achieved record funding for the United States military, $716 billion, $700 billion, and $738 billion, and it's almost completely rebuilt, including, and we hope to God we never have to use it, we have the finest, most powerful nuclear capability anywhere on the face of the earth. And I hope to God we never have to use it. We're investing in the future of human space flight, and someday soon American astronauts will plant the stars and stripes on the surface of Mars. And I told my guys at NASA, you know, NASA, when we took it over, it was exhausted. The runways and the grounds had all weeds growing through the cracks in the concrete. You wouldn't recognize it now. It's beautiful. It's the best place anywhere on Earth. And I also said, though, you know, I hear all these rich guys, for some reason, they love space. So they're rich. I said, let them send the rockets up. What the hell do we have to do it, right? So I see Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. They're putting rockets up. I think it's great. And they pay us rent. They use our facility. That's good. But we're also doing it. And NASA has some of the greatest plans we've ever had. These are great people, great scientists. But we also let the private sector put up rockets. The one which recently went up, and you see the engines coming back down, and they're coming. There's no wings, no nothing. It's almost like, what are we watching? Is this fiction? And they come down, and they save all of the propellants, all of the really the most expensive parts. They're able to save it by bringing it back right to where it took off. Who would think they could do this? I never saw this before 6 months ago, but they're doing it now more and more. They're saving a lot of the most important and expensive parts of rockets. So we have a lot of rich guys paying us a lot of rent, but we're also doing it ourselves. To protect America's security, I withdrew the United States from the horrible one-sided Iran nuclear deal. I recognized Israel's true capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And just 3 months ago, we also recognized the Golan Heights as being a part of and protected by Israel. For years, you watched as your politicians apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America, and we are standing up for the people of New Hampshire. Thank you. And you must never forget the 2020 election right around the corner. 2020 right around the corner. And it's about one thing. You know what the one thing is? You. It's about you. It's about your family. It's about your future. And it's about the fate of your country. So when we ran together last time, we said, the most important election. We had to turn it around. This country was going bad. You see what happened to Venezuela with socialism. Venezuela 15 years ago was one of the richest countries. Now they don't have water, they don't have food, they don't have anything. And this was one of the richest nations in the world. They don't have anything. We're working on it, we're helping people, but it's very sad. It's never going to happen to us because we will never, ever be a socialist nation. Ever. No matter what label they use, a vote for any Democrat in 2020 is a vote for the rise of radical socialism and the destruction of the American dream. We have a dream. It's a great dream. This is the destruction of the American dream. We begin this campaign tonight with the best record, the best results, the best agenda, and the only positive vision for the people of New Hampshire and for the people of America. Together, we will lift millions more citizens from welfare to work, dependence to independence, and poverty to prosperity. Millions and millions of people. With your help, we will elect a Republican Congress to create a safe, modern, fair, and lawful system of immigration. We will enact trade deals that are already happening that ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. We will achieve new breakthroughs in science and medicine,
ending the AIDS epidemic in America and finding new cures for childhood cancer. And something I never thought I'd be able to say, within 1 decade, the AIDS epidemic in the United States will be gone. Think of that. Did you ever think you were going to hear that? No, did you ever think you were going to hear that? The work they've done on AIDS is incredible. It's an incredible thing. When they told me that, it's just shattering. It breaks your heart what's happened. But think of it, in 10 years, the AIDS epidemic will be eradicated. So great. Who thought that was going to be happening? Who thought I'd be able to get to say that so early in what we're doing together? We will defend privacy, free speech, free assembly, religious liberty,
and the right to keep and bear arms. Above all, we will never stop fighting for the values that bind us together as one America. We will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. We will stand with the incredible men and women of law enforcement. We believe in the dignity of work and in the sanctity of life. We believe that faith and family, not government and bureaucracy, are the true American way. We believe that children should be taught to love our country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And through every day and every challenge, our hearts beat to the words of the New Hampshire state motto, live free or die. We are fighting for every American mom and dad who wants to protect this land of liberty for their precious, beautiful children. We are fighting for every young boy and girl who deserves to grow up in a nation of builders and dreamers, pioneers and patriots. And we are fighting for every citizen of the greatest republic on the face of this earth. Every day, my presidency, we will never forget that we are Americans and the future belongs to us, the brave, this beautiful, strong, proud, and free future. It belongs to us. It's up to us. We control our own destiny. And with your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one great movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we are making America wealthy again. We are making America strong again. We are making America safe again. And we are making America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. Thank you.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. I see you, TRK. I see you, Vincent De Leon. I see you, Dice. Everybody watching the live show, you know what time it is. God bless you. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. All right, we are throwing it back to 2020, and we're trying to, take you back and see Trump's journey to the White House in 2024. Let's get it.
You know, if somebody else did that, they'd be talking about it for months. Me, I got about a day out of it from these people, and that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Look at how many there are. They have a lot of people. They have a lot of people. You know, it is true. I'll say who the greatest hero was. Forget about Trump. I'm not. We did a lot of good work together. The dog was the great hero. Conan. He's coming to the White House very soon. I said, bring him now. They said, sir, he's on a mission. I said, you got to be kidding. Come on. Give him a couple of days rest, please. But no, Conan is coming to the Oval Office very shortly, so that's good. But our message to these bloodthirsty savages is clear. You don't stand a chance against the righteous might of the United States military. Because America is winning again, and America is respected again. But while we are delivering safety and prosperity for Americans, the radical left Democrats are trying to rip our nation apart. They want to eradicate the rule of law, punish religious believers, silence you online, indoctrinate your children, and they're after your Second Amendment. Don't ever forget it. They're after your Second Amendment. And with the Republicans, I can tell you one thing. Nobody's going to hurt your Second Amendment. Nobody. In their campaign to transform America, Democrats are becoming increasingly totalitarian, suppressing dissent, defaming the innocent, eliminating due process, staging show trials, and trying to overthrow American democracy to impose their socialist agenda. Make no mistake, if the Democrats get back in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen before, and you are doing well. How are your 401ks doing, by the way? You wouldn't feel at all angry if they went down in half, and then in another year, half of that. That's what's going to happen. First, it was the Russia hoax. Then it was Mueller. Remember Mueller with that hoax? The biggest lie ever foisted upon the American people, okay? But everybody stuck with us. If anything, we became more popular. Maybe more popular. I mean, last week, Hillary Clinton, Crooked Hillary as we affectionately call her, So is there any place you would rather be than at a Trump rally on a beautiful, wonderful evening in Louisiana? I don't even know. Would you rather be at LSU versus Alabama or a Trump rally? Let's take the Trump rally. But Democrats must be accountable for their hoaxes and for their crimes. Now, corrupt politicians, Nancy Pelosi, and shifty Adam Schiff, and the crooked media have launched the deranged, delusional, destructive, and hyper-partisan impeachment witch hunt. Now we go again. Except, a lot of things have happened. Because, you know, I don't know if you saw, I just got off, I'm coming off the plane, and they hand me, look at this character. Okay, they just hand me this story. Coup has started, whistleblower's attorney said in 2017. You know when that was? That was a long time ago. It's all a hoax. They say January 2017, a coup has started, and the impeachment will follow, ultimately. It's all a hoax. It's a scam. And you know who helps them? These people right back here, the media. And then it said, oops, the light's going to go off. The CNN light is going to go off. It said, from the lawyer, a sleazeball. It said, I predict at CNN will play a key role in @real Donald Trump not finishing out his first term. Can you believe this? This is and this was done a long time ago. Then he goes, as one falls, two more will take their place, referring to outgoing Trump administration employees who, by the way, have been put through hell by the sleaze back there and by crooked politicians. It just came out. That's the whistleblower. You know the whistleblower, the one that came out with this, Trump said this and Trump said that. And then when they heard my real phone call, the whistleblower disappeared. Shifty Schiff, he's a corrupt politician. Schiff didn't want to have the whistleblower anymore because nobody thought I was going to release the phone call. But as soon as I released the phone call, and you don't like doing that with a foreign leader, because you got to deal with foreign leaders. You don't want them to think. Today I spoke to President Erdogan of Turkey. I don't know. Is he worried that we're going to release it all over the world because somebody said something that could have been a little bit wrong? You can't do that. You can't do that. Now, in this case, I had a perfect phone call, a totally perfect phone call. And you know it, anybody that can read, you saw that on Mark Levin. But the whistleblower, before they knew I was going to release, he came out with a whistleblower, you know, like he's some wonderful person. Take a look at the whistleblower. But the whistleblower came out with this horrible statement about this call. So I really had no choice. I said immediately, talk about transparency. I said, release it immediately. And then the whistleblower saw it, and Shifty Schiff saw it, who's a total crook. Schiff saw it, Pelosi saw it, and they said, we got a problem. We don't want to have anything to do with the whistleblower anymore. And the whistleblower disappeared. You know who else disappeared? The second whistleblower. And you know who else disappeared? The informer to the whistleblower, if there was such a person, which I doubt. So here it is. It just came out. It's a disgrace. I'll tell you what, it's so bad. These people are bad people. And it's so bad what they do to our country. They rip the guts out of a country, and it's a shame, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it. And people should stop. Maybe go to the Supreme Court, but they got to stop it, because we have a country to run. And these people, in order to do things, are willing to do illegal acts. It's an illegal act as far as I'm concerned. Last week, the Democrats voted to nullify the ballots of tens of millions of Americans, disgracing themselves and dishonoring their oaths. Now, the good news, the Republicans were unanimous. The Republicans finally stood together. They stood together. Because, you know, the Democrats are lousy politicians. Lousy. They have open borders. How do you like having an open border with Mexico? Do you like that? Do you like that? The Democrats want open borders. They want sanctuary cities. You're not too big into sanctuary cities. With John Bel Edwards, you will soon have a sanctuary city in your midst. But the Democrats, think of it, they want open borders, which means crime. Now look at what's going on in Mexico. And I'll tell you what, I have to thank the Mexican government in one way. 27,000 soldiers, but they have other problems. These cartels are a tremendous problem. We are building the wall. That wall is going up, and it's going up fast. It's going up. Our military is now building the wall, and it's going up fast. The Army Corps of Engineers, and it's going up, and it's doing great. It's doing great. Should have been built years ago. That wall should have been built many years ago. Never did. They never could figure it out, but I figured it out. It wasn't easy. I had 100% of the other party fighting me, 100%. You think that's easy? And you know, we had a majority of a few people, very little. We needed Democrat votes, but we had 100% of the people, and I made one mistake. I should have said, I don't want the wall, and the Democrats would have absolutely insisted that I build it. I should have said. You know, 5 or 6 years ago, they all wanted the wall. It was only when I came along and I said, we got to build the wall now. You know, you've wanted it, but you never had the vision or the talent to get it built. So we got to build it. I figured they'd all join. And instead, they said, no, we don't want the wall anymore. They said, no, we can have drone technology. Oh, that's great. People are pouring across. You got drones flying all over the place. That's great. That's great. No, we should have said we want to never build a wall. And they would have insisted that it get built immediately. These are, I call them now the do-nothing Democrats. We have loopholes that they could solve in 15 minutes. We could sit down, loopholes, catch and release, chain migration. You know, that's when you come in, and then everybody you ever met in the history of the world comes in with you. Your mother, your grandfather, your cousin, your brother, your aunt, your uncle. Any person that ever met you. Come on into our country. We had a man on the West Side Highway. I don't even call him a man. I call him an animal. He ran over a lot of people. He turned right going at very, very fast speed. But we had this beautiful park in New York City. And he killed, I think, 8 people. They never talk about the people that lost their legs, that lost their arms, that are permanently disfigured. They never talk about that. They say 8 people were killed. They don't talk about people. These are people that want to keep themselves in shape, and they're running, and they're running, and they're all over. And then this maniac turns to the right going at an unbelievable speed, and he kills people, and he horribly injures people. And we can't let this happen. We can't let it happen. These unhinged extremists, the Democrats, have been plotting to illegally overturn the election that we won. I didn't win it. We all won it together. They came from all over the place. I mean, they came from all over. I mean, your state isn't that Republican, and yet we're so far up. But I'll come to see you anyway. Even, yeah, you could say, you know, focus on a couple of the closer ones, but we're going to come here anyway, and because we do love it. But think of this. 19 minutes after I took the oath of office, the horrible, disgusting Washington Post, which is a terrible paper, it declared the campaign, this is 19 minutes, I'd just taken the office, and an article comes out. The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun. Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much. See the reporter over there? Praise. And then during the term, sleepy Joe Biden, who's dumb as a rock, said, you fire the guy, you get $1 billion. You don't fire the guy, you get nothing. And it's on tape, and the press refuses to print it. You talk quid pro quo. You fire the guy, you get $1 billion. You don't fire, you get nothing. Think of that one. Okay? That's called quid pro quo. Not here. That was said by Joe Biden to get rid of the prosecutor in Ukraine who was looking at his son who just got thrown out of the Navy, who was paid millions and millions of dollars, even though he had absolutely no energy experience. In Louisiana, you wouldn't have hired him in your energy companies. They would have paid to keep him the hell out, okay? He had no experience. Right? How old is your son? How old is that young man there? How old are you? How old? Yeah. 8. Let me tell you, he's 8. He knows energy better than Joe Biden's son. Then Biden flies to China. He obviously met with different people than I deal with, because we're doing well with China, but I'll tell you. But he flies with his father, who was then vice president. And in 10 minutes, he picks up $1.5 billion for his fund. These are different Chinese people that I've been working with, excuse me. I called up one of the top guys on Wall Street. I said, can you do that? Nope, I've been trying for years. I can't do it. He's like the smartest guy on Wall Street. Now the Democrats are covering up slow, sleepy Joe. And they're trying to steal your vote and silence your voice. And I don't even know, because I'm looking at Pocahontas. Can you imagine? No. Pocahontas is starting to emerge from the ashes. I thought she was gone. We hit her very hard 6 months ago. I give her credit. She's emerging from the ashes. Not a nice person. 1024th Indian blood. I have more than she does, and I have none. I have none, but I have more than she does. I'd love to have some. I just happen to have none. But I believe I have more than she does. Generations of American patriots sacrificed everything they had to secure this republic and your sacred right to vote. We will not let the Democrats take that incredible privilege away. The American people are fed up with Democrat lies, hoaxes, smears, slanders, and scams. The Democrats' shameful conduct has created an angry majority, and that's what we are. We're a majority, and we're angry, that will vote the do-nothing Democrats out of office in 2020, especially we're going to take back the House. And we're going to focus on, like, those 36 Democrats in Trump areas that I won by a lot. I didn't run in 2018. You know, they keep forgetting. I didn't run. I said, go out and vote, go out and vote. But a lot of people said, I'm not going to vote until Trump runs. Okay, that's nice. I love those. I love the people. But they see what we're doing. But I didn't run in 2018. But people forget. We picked up 2 seats in the Senate. They never want to talk about that. We picked up 2 seats. They never talk about it. I try to get them to talk about it. And because of that, what we've done with judges and different appointments, but with your help, we are going to drain the swamp, and that's what we're doing. Right now, Louisiana can send the radical left a message that they can never ignore. And don't forget, in 2016, people came from the mountains and the valleys and the rivers and the oceans. They came from all over. The Democrats said, what the hell is happening? Where are these people coming from? These were people that were great Americans, worked hard, made a lot of money, much smarter. You know, they call them the elite. We're the elite. We're the elite. I know this. I know this. Speaking for myself, I went to better schools than they did. I have nicer houses than they do. I have nicer apartments. I have nicer everything. And they're elite. But we're not elite. You people work your asses off. You're making a lot of money. You're smarter than they are. You're smarter than they are. Antifa. You ever see Antifa? You know what that is? That's the size of their arm. They come in with the black helmet, oh, they're big, tough guys. And then they start hitting a single reporter, conservative reporter. They start battering them with it. But when the tough guys show up, Antifa says, I think we'll take a pass. Let's get out of here. Now, you're smarter, you're tougher, you're richer, you got more going. But a lot of people, they came out because they didn't like what they were seeing. They didn't want to vote for the people that were running for president. They didn't want to vote for Obama. They didn't want to vote for the people that were running for president. But when I ran, something happened that was amazing. The lines were, I'll tell you what, in some cases, miles long. And they saw something, they said, what is going on? And you know what was going on? Probably the greatest election in the history of our country. It's your election. It's your election. I was your spokesman. I was a person that was able to tell a message, but I'm representing you. And now these people illegally, through corrupt people like Adam Schiff, that makes up what I said. He gets up in front of the United States Congress and the American people, and he reads my statement, but I didn't say it. He made it up, and then we called him on it because he never thought that I was going to release the conversation, because you just don't do that. But Ukraine was great. We called them up. Do you mind if we release the conversation? No, we don't. Why? I said, don't worry about it. Just we're going to release it. Thank you very much. And we released it. And we caught them in the middle of a giant lie. They're a scam. They're scammers. So you're going to fire your liberal Democrat governor. I don't know how the hell he ever got there. How did he get there? This is Louisiana, right? This is Louisiana. How did you get a liberal Democrat to be your governor? Could you explain that, please? No, I actually know. It was a convergence of a lot of different things happened, and congratulations. And your car insurance is the highest in the world. Your taxes are horrible. You're rated number 50 in economic development. Can you believe it? With all that we're doing, you're rated 50 out of 50. But we want to send Governor, and I mean, I know this man for a long time. He's an incredible talent. He's an incredible businessman. He doesn't need the money. He's a wonderful person. He has the backing of Ralph. And I tell you what, Ralph is a winner. You know Ralph, right? Ralph Abraham. Right? He has the backing of Ralph. I just spent a lot of time with Ralph Abraham. We came in together, and Ralph wouldn't have missed it, and he's an incredible man. He's an incredible man, and he respects Eddie, and Eddie respects him a lot. They had a hard-fought deal, but they respect each other and like each other a lot. And that's rare, because I'll tell you what, if I'm going against somebody, I don't know if I can ever like him. I don't know. But Ralph is a better man than me. He's a better man. And they're going to put that all over television tonight. Because they're going to say Ralph should run for president if that's the case. And that's okay. Now, he's a great man. So Eddie Rispone is not a career politician. He's a business leader, highly, highly respected, a man of faith and a lifelong Louisiana patriot. And many of you know Eddie through his success. Eddie will cut your taxes and regulations. He will cut your car insurance in half. We have the highest car insurance in the entire nation by far. Some people call it auto insurance, call it whatever the heck you want. You have the highest in the country. He's going to cut it in half or more and turn this state into a giant magnet for great paying jobs. That's what he wants to do. Eddie is tough on crime, strong on borders, and he'll work with ICE and Border Patrol to get violent criminals off the streets. We'll bring them back to their country, ideally, or we'll put them in jail where they belong. Eddie is pro-energy, pro-family, pro-life, and pro-Second Amendment, totally. Eddie will defend your values from the all-out assault by the extreme left. That's what they are. They're the extreme left. I call them AOC plus 3. AOC, that's a real beauty. You only have 11 years to live, folks, 11 years, because climate change is just coming up on us so fast. You know, it's 12 years, but today I heard one of these crazies say, it's down to 11. And they arrested Jane Fonda. Nothing changes. I remember 30, 40 years ago, she always has the handcuffs on. Oh, man. She's waving to everybody with the handcuffs. I can't believe it. Remember that? She went to Vietnam to find out how nice they were. They weren't too nice to her, by the way. No, they arrested her today. Jane Fonda, nothing changes. They arrest every 25 years they arrest her. Eddie's opponent is a radical liberal, and you didn't know that. In fact, he even says good things about me, but he'll never vote for me. You know why he says good things about me? Because he thinks you like me. If he didn't, otherwise he'd say bad. But here's the thing. He'll say good things. In fact, I said he must be a Republican. He sometimes says better about me than most Republicans. But here's the problem. He'll never vote for us. He'll never support our Second Amendment the way we need the support. He's never going to reduce your car insurance. He's never going to cut your taxes. He's had a long time. He wasn't able to do it. I got you a big tax cut, the biggest ever. I mean, the Democrats, they have this crazy theory. I don't know how it works. I don't think I could be a successful Democrat. You know, one of their theories, we're going to raise your taxes. How does that work? I'm always saying we're going to get you a bigger. We're going to cut your taxes more. They're saying, look, what do I know? I've only been doing this for 3 years. But they say, we're going to raise your taxes. And I'm saying, excuse me, does that work? That's what they say. No, I'm going to cut your taxes even further. And you see what it's done for our country. But you have a radical liberal named John Bel Edwards. Edward was an ardent supporter of crooked Hillary Clinton, and she is crooked as hell. John Bel Edwards broke his solemn promise to the people of Louisiana when he rammed, that's the only word I can say, rammed through the largest tax hike in Louisiana history. Does everybody remember that? He gave you the largest tax hike, and then he probably says, I raised your taxes, vote for me. No, I'm saying this, I lowered your taxes. I gave you the greatest tax reduction in the history of our country, greater even than Ronald Reagan's reduction many years ago. Now, maybe that doesn't work in modern day politics, but you know what? I'm going to stick with it, okay? Whether it does or not, I'm sticking. And you see what's happened. Billions and billions and trillions of dollars is coming back into the country. We're the hottest economic force anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. And taking in more. With a lower rate, we're taking in much more money than we did with a higher rate. That's a pretty good statement. He violated your sacred trust and can never be trusted again. He raised your taxes, and he's done nothing about your car insurance. You know, one of the big things here is car insurance, right? And I kept saying, what are the things? Because I want to pinpoint it. And I kept seeing car insurance. That's very unusual. I've never heard that with the state. I never thought of car insurance, right? But here, your car insurance is the highest in the nation, and it's out of control. And it's so easy to do. Now Edwards is trying to demolish your state's economy by shutting down Louisiana Energy on behalf of the crazy, radical, far left. Edwards is totally owned by the liberal trial lawyers who are causing your state insurance rates and car insurance to skyrocket through the roof. Perhaps most disturbing, Edwards has allowed illegal aliens to steal millions of dollars in health care from hardworking Louisiana citizens. He cares more about illegal aliens than he cares about Louisiana citizens. I'll tell you what, I love our military. Eddie loves our military. They care more about illegal aliens than taking care of our vets and taking care of our military. Edwards is dangerously soft on crime, you know that. And Louisiana has the highest murder rate. I hate to say this. Please turn off those television cameras immediately. I don't want to say it. But you have the highest murder rate anywhere in the United States. I didn't know that. I didn't want to say it. Okay, I'm sure they turned it off because they really listened to it. Edwards is backed by his fellow open border extremists and pro-abortion lobby. Edwards is a complete disaster for the state of Louisiana, and you cannot afford 4 more years of this far-left travesty. It is time to replace your failed governor, John Bel Edwards, with Eddie Rispone, who's going to do an incredible job. So everybody needs to get out and vote early. Vote early. 40%. I can't believe 40. I never heard 40%. Usually it's like 2%. Then they say, don't worry about it. But early voting has started. So get out and vote for Eddie Rispone and do it right away. And then let's go to the football game and let's do lots of things. Do lots of things. Do it before the game, or just make sure you get it out. And you know, the election itself is going to be taking place Saturday, so get out. Get out. Get out early. Get out early. Get out early. So I want to bring up a man that I've gotten to know well, but I knew him through reputation because he's really a business legend in many ways. And he's going to put that genius to work for you. Eddie Risponi, please come up. Please come up.
That is crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I get started, I want to say this. Congressman Abraham, I would not be here. John Bell might be your governor today if it wouldn't be for Congressman Abraham working very hard, the two of us, traveling this state to make sure that we got the vote out to let the state of Louisiana know we can do better. Let's give him another round of applause. Louisiana is Trump country. Is that right? We're so grateful to the president to come down here more than once now, to get out the vote, to mobilize, to make Louisiana great like it deserves to be. We need something different if we want to be different. We don't deserve to be last. We are last, folks. We have got to do something different, and it starts by electing a different kind of governor. We need a pro-Trump, conservative, an outsider, someone with serious business skills, someone that's not beholden to special interests, someone that's got backbone to go against the status quo, someone like Trump. That's what we need, and we want to thank the president for coming here and exposing John Bell Edwards that is a liberal as he is. Thank you. John Bell Edwards would want you to believe he's not one of those liberal lunatics that are trying to impeach our president. We can send a message to them by voting me in and voting and supporting our president, Donald Trump. Listen, I didn't think they could go any lower, folks. But just this Saturday, they're running ads now and push cards all over this state, accusing our president of being a racist, and me being a racist, and you being a racist. It is disgusting how low they will go. That is their MO. When they start panicking and worrying, they play the race card. It's unacceptable. We have a president here that has had the lowest unemployment for minorities in the history of the United States, and they'll call him a racist? We need to send them a message, folks. Louisiana is conservative. We're going to have a conservative governor, an outsider, a businessman, someone who would make us #1 in the nation. We can do that with your vote. Eddie. Oh, thank you. That is amazing. That is amazing. This man can get the crowd fired up, and he can get Louisiana fired up so we can go out and early vote and turn this state around. Thank him. I need your support. I need your vote. And my wife and my family can use your prayers. Thank you. And I'm going to take one more liberty. Go Tigers! Beat Bama! This is amazing, folks, right here.
Thank you, Eddie. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eddie. Good man. Great man. Going to be a great governor. We're also thrilled to be joined tonight by many of your wonderful Louisiana leaders. And I have to say right now, two of them, they're warriors. They're incredible warriors. I'll ask them to come up for just a second, but they don't stop. Very different type personalities, both unbelievable. They fight so hard for me, for you. They love this state. They love this country. Senator Bill Cassidy, Senator John Kennedy. Come on up, fellas.
Let me just echo what Eddie Risponi said. This is Trump country. And let me add to what he said. With your help, but only with your help, we can make it Risponi country. Thank you.
Hello, Louisiana. Thank you, Mr. President, for visiting our state. In 3 short years, President Trump has doubled the growth in the greatest economy in all of human history. And you know what our Democratic friends have done for him? Speaker Nancy Pelosi is trying to impeach him. I don't mean any disrespect, but it must suck to be that dumb. Now let me tell you one other thing. The same people that are backing Speaker Pelosi are sending tens of millions of dollars to support Governor Edwards. And all he has given us, all Governor Edwards has given us is decline and uncertainty. Now, unless you're happy with crappy, I want you to vote for Eddie Risponi for governor. And I want you to vote for Kyle Erdogan for Secretary of State. And I want you, this is important, I want you to vote for Robert Mills for the Louisiana State Senate. God bless Louisiana, God bless our president, and God bless the United States of America.
Two great guys, two great warriors, two people that love your state, they love our country, and I appreciate it too very much. Two great senators. So I just want to bring up for a second a man who is an incredible campaigner, an incredible congressman. You talk about loving our country. He'll die for our country. He'll die for the people of this state. He loves the people of this state. He did really, really well. It was a tight race, and he is all in for Eddie. And that's Ralph Abraham, Congressman. Come on up, Ralph.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. President, thank you for coming to Monroe, Louisiana. And thank you for making America great again. Now, Mr. President, this crowd in all of Louisiana loves to win. We're going to celebrate again when the Saints win the Super Bowl. We're going to celebrate again when LSU wins the national championship. And President Trump, we're going to celebrate you when you once again rid the world of evil terror like al-Baghdadi. Thank you. But you heard the president. We are dead last. We must do better. And to our veterans here, whose shadow that we stand in every day, to our farmers and our ranchers that till the land and herd the cattle from dawn to dusk, for our oil and gas industry that has, as you heard the president say, made us energy dominant, to our law enforcement that runs toward the bullet when we run away, and to all of us that fill up their church pews on Sunday morning and pray to a loving and caring God, we will win this race. So, Mr. President, you have shown the world what America could do. You have shown the world what America can do. And more importantly, Mr. President, you have shown the world what America will do when we're challenged. So, we're going to win this race. Go vote Saturday for Eddie. Let's get this, put the horse in the barn, and go win a ball game. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. We appreciate it. I called Ralph. I said, Ralph, I'd love to have you. He said, sir, if you want me, if you need me, I'm here. And that's a real man. Thank you very much. That's a real man. And they're friends. They're real friends. So where's Mason? You know, Ralph said, Mason, where's Mason? Ralph was saying, Mason, where are you, Mason? What a job he did. What'd you do, fly around the world as the youngest person ever or something? Huh? Well, Ralph said I got to mention, so I got to mention you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very important to Ralph. I want to thank other of our incredible, and I call them warriors because that's what they are. They have to be today. They won't be around long. Garrett Graves, great congressman. Garrett. Thank you, Garrett. Great job. They fight hard. That job's tougher than we all thought. It shouldn't be tough at all, but they made it tough. We have people that made it a lot tougher than it's supposed to be, but these are incredible people. Clay Higgins. Thanks. Thank you, Clay. And Mike Johnson. Mike. Thanks, Mike. Great job, all of you. And your state's Attorney General, somebody I've known for a long time. He's terrific, Jeff Landry. And two terrific men on the ballot with Eddie. John mentioned that. Kyle Ardwin and your next state senator, Robert Mills. We're also joined by Louisiana's own Phil and Willie Robertson. I love them. I gotta go. I can learn plenty from these two. Come on up here. Come up. Come up, Phyllis. Come up here. Come up. The great people, they've been with us from the beginning, right from the beginning. Smart as can be, and wonderful people. And they hit big. They hit big. And you don't hit big unless you have it. Come on up, fellas.
I got it down to this. If you're pro-God and pro-America and pro-gun and pro-duck hunting, that's all I want.
Well, I don't know what else to say after following Phil and the president and Eddie, but thank you guys so much. You have been such a great community to share life with, to worship with, and I'm so tickled to be here with the president that he actually came down to our community, and let's go, Eddie.
Thank you, fellas. Two great guys. They were with me right at the beginning. I said, who are they? They said, they're two big television stars. I said, wow. And then I started watching a little bit. A lot of wisdom there. Republican policies are lifting up Americans from every background and every walk of life. America is an economic powerhouse again, like never before, actually, like never before. We eliminated a record number of job-killing regulations, saving an estimated $3,000 per household. We also passed the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history, saving a typical family of four another $2,000. And we're boldly adopting a policy of American energy independence. We don't have to go to these faraway places anymore. I was at the opening of the $10 billion Cameron LNG export facility in Hackberry, Louisiana, employing thousands and thousands of Louisiana workers. They couldn't get their permits for years. I got them real fast, Phoebe. I said, how long? I said, let's go get them that permit. For years and years, they tried to get those permits. They couldn't get them. I got them very fast. And we cut a ribbon a couple of months ago. It was incredible. I've never seen a building like that one. There are more pipes in that building than I've ever seen before. Meanwhile, every top Democrat running for president has pledged to abolish all American production of oil and natural gas, shipping thousands of your state's energy jobs overseas. That's all they're doing. But Louisiana will not give them that chance. We are reversing decades of disastrous trade policies. Louisiana lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs after the twin disasters of NAFTA and China's entrance into the World Trade Organization. Past leaders did not care one bit what happened to those Louisiana communities because they were getting rich by sacrificing your wealth to other countries. You remember, we talk about it all the time. But under this administration, the great betrayal is over. America is no longer for sale. Thanks to my tariffs, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from a country that never gave us 10 cents, China. Can you imagine if we ever let the radical Democrats take over negotiations with China? Wouldn't be too good. Let's get Hunter to do it, right? Let's get Hunter. Come on, Hunter. Come on, Hunter. Let's see how you do, Hunter. China would love it. More than anything else, they'd love to be dealing with a different president. They actually do like me, but they don't like me what I'm doing exactly to them. They're having the worst year they've had in 57 years. But it's not going to happen that way because we can't let our country go back to the days of being ransacked and plundered by other nations. We will not be taken advantage of any longer. Before my election, our leaders used the great American middle class as a piggy bank to fund their delusional global projects. They decimated American factory. You know this. American manufacturing was broken and decimated. They promoted economic growth in foreign countries. They didn't promote economic growth in our country. They used our military to defend immensely wealthy nations, subsidizing their welfare states with your money. And they poured precious American blood and treasure into the Middle East while our great cities fell into disrepair. $8 trillion was spent in the Middle East. Then you want to fix a highway, they say, well, that's pretty expensive, right? Not anymore. But I was elected to be the President of the United States, not the President of the world. After years of rebuilding other nations, we are finally rebuilding our nation. And we are finally putting America first. Haven't heard that for a long time. Past leaders transformed faraway nations into chaotic war zones. Then they demanded that American citizens accept unlimited migration from those terror-afflicted regions, stamping their visas for travel straight into your communities. Not anymore. My administration implemented the travel ban to block migration from some of the world's most dangerous and deadly places. And we're keeping terrorists, criminals, and violent extremists the hell out of our country. That's what we're doing. On no issue have Democrats more totally betrayed you than immigration. They threw you open, and you saw it all through the years. They threw open your borders to drug dealers, human traffickers, and to vicious MS-13 gang members. And now we're getting them out of the country by the thousands. Thanks to our tireless efforts to secure our southern border, illegal crossings have now dropped 70% since May. And when you look at what's happening over there, there's a good reason for what we're doing. We are building that wall faster than anyone thought it was possible to build, the Army Corps of Engineers. We're also confronting the deadly menace of sanctuary cities, which release dangerous criminal aliens into your neighborhoods, school zones, and city streets. Republicans believe our cities should be sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans, not criminal aliens. And Republicans will always stand with the heroes of ICE, Border Patrol, and law enforcement. In the last administration, vile slanders of our police went unanswered and unchallenged. Now we are once again condemning anti-police bias and giving our officers the respect that they so rightly deserve. If you want to show your love and support for American law enforcement and just plain success of your state and your country, then vote early for Eddie Rispone. Democrats are becoming more extreme by the day. The Democrats' planned government takeover of health care would demolish your Medicare. I will always protect Medicare for our nation's seniors. We will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, and we will also protect patients with pre-existing physicians. Democrats want to take away our doctors. Republicans will strongly defend your right to keep your doctor. You remember that with President Obama. You keep your doctor, you keep your plan. 28 times, it was a lie. Our ambitious campaign to reduce the price of prescription drugs has produced the largest decline in drug prices in over 50 years. Virtually every top Democrat also now supports late-term abortion, ripping babies straight from the mother's womb, right up until the moment of birth. That is why I have asked Congress to prohibit extreme late-term abortion, because Republicans believe that every child is a sacred gift from God. Democrats are now the party of high taxes, high crime, open borders, late-term abortion, socialism, and blatant corruption. The Republican Party is the party of the American worker, the American family, and the American dream. It's also the party of the late, great Abraham Lincoln. People forget that. We have confirmed already 158 incredible judges to interpret the Constitution as written, including 2 great Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh. Our historic investment in rebuilding the military has included more than $30 million to Barksdale. Do you know where that is? Do you know where that is? Barksdale. Where's Barksdale? Nice? Good. Barksdale Air Force Base, right here in Louisiana. And $40 million to Naval Air Station, Joint Reserve Base in New Orleans. I withdrew from the horrible, one-sided Iran nuclear deal. I recognized Israel's true capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And we recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights after 52 years. For years you watched as your politicians apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America, and we are standing up for the people of Louisiana. The next step to victory begins in this state, and it begins with you right now. With your support, we will show the corrupt Democrats, and they are corrupt, do-nothing Democrats, that the American people are not backing down. We need you to get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, and get out to vote early for Eddie. And if you don't vote early, I'll be back on Thursday to get you to vote on Saturday, okay? With your help, we will lift millions more of our citizens from welfare to work, dependence to independence, and poverty to prosperity. Together, we will elect a Republican Congress. We're going to be able to do that. We have to be able to do that. To create a fair, safe, sane, and lawful system of immigration and many other things. We will enact trade deals that result in more products proudly stamped
with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. We will achieve new breakthroughs in science and medicine, finding new cures for childhood cancer, and ending the AIDS epidemic in America. Did you know that? Within 10 years. I never knew we could do it until recently, and we put up the money. We'll have the AIDS epidemic ended. Who would have thought we could have done that? We will chart a new era of discovery in space.
And someday, very soon, we will land an American astronaut on the surface of Mars. We will defend privacy, free speech, free assembly, religious liberty, and the right to keep and bear arms. Above all, we will never stop fighting for the sacred values that bind us together as one America. We support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. We stand with the incredible heroes of law enforcement. We believe in the dignity of work and the sanctity of life. We believe that faith and family, not government and bureaucracy, are the true American way. We believe that children should be taught to love our country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we live by the words of our national motto, and they will never, ever change as long as we're here. In God we trust. And it may be 120 degrees in this room, and I don't know about you, but I'm having a good time. It's a pretty hot one. A little hot. It's a little hot. Somebody's saving on air conditioning. That's all right. We always got to save a little money. You go home, you lose about 9 pounds. You say, what happened? Well, I went to Louisiana with some great friends, and I lost about 9 pounds and maybe more. We stand on the shoulders of American patriots who crossed oceans, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, revolutionized industry, pioneered science, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. And we are making it greater every single day. Proud citizens like you help build this country. And together, we are taking back our country. Do you believe what's going on in Washington with these do-nothing, somewhat evil, and in some cases, very evil people? But that's the way it is. And here's the story. We're winning. We're winning like never before. And if we weren't winning, they wouldn't care. Life would be a lot of fun in Washington, probably. But we have to do what we were sent to do, right? We have to do it. We're returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. Let me ask you this. Are the people of Louisiana getting tired of winning? Is anybody getting tired? Because I could go to John and Bill, and I could say, fellas, do me a favor. They'll come in. They'll be told by you, senators, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. There's too much winning. We liked our old way of life. We had lousy jobs. We got paid very little. There was no business. There was no nothing. Please go to Washington and see the president and tell the president, please, please stop winning so much. We're working too hard in Louisiana. We're winning too much. And I'll look at them and I'll say, sorry, fellas, we're going to keep on winning. Because we're one movement, we're one people, we're one family, and we are one glorious nation under God. America is thriving like never before, And ladies and gentlemen of Louisiana, the best is yet to come. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Louisiana. Thank you. Thank you.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Iceman, Rigadan, Sarah, LDQA, Tons, Darlene, Chris J. I see you, Lily. I see you, Good John 610. I see you, Lotus Flower. You know what time it is. Kumar, Cabdi, Weston Cleanard, Azam, Fathead, Key Lime. You know what time it is. All right, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. I see you, Darth Sirius. Not pronounce that. I'm sorry, bro. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, support the channel if you can. If you can't, it's fine. Subscribe and smash the like button. All right, we're gonna take it back. Oh, we're gonna bring it back to the modern days, which was 2 days ago. President Trump was in, I think, Pennsylvania. Let's go and check that out. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Two endorsements of former Democrats for President, Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And they're both great people. They were Democrats, as you probably know, and they felt very strongly about the endorsement, and I feel very happy to get it. Every day we are welcoming more Republicans, independents, traditional Democrats, and old-fashioned liberals. You know, they don't use that term anymore. They use progressive. We don't use that term. We like liberal better. Progressive sounds so good. It sounds progressive. They're not progressive. They're the opposite. Together we're fighting to secure our borders, end the endless foreign wars, and defend the working people of America. And coming in, I heard some of the most beautiful speeches. I heard just beautiful, beautiful speeches. I want to thank all of the speakers that preceded me. Beautiful speeches. We're joining forces to defeat government corruption, restore free speech, and make America healthy again. We're going to make America healthy again, you know? We're a nation that is not doing well in a lot of ways, and we're not doing so well with health, but we're going to solve a lot of those problems, I think, over the next short period of time. A lot of it's common. A lot of that's common sense, too. It's all common sense when you get right down to it. But we're going to get toxic chemicals out of our environment, and we're going to get them out of our food supply. We're going to get them out of our bodies. We'll get them out of our body, right? Right? With victory this fall, we will enact this pro-family agenda, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. They never talk about the American dream. They never mention it. They don't talk about the American flag. By the way, the American flag, we got some of the greatest congressmen warriors here that you have anywhere. And congressmen, go to Congress soon, like immediately, but soon. We should give a 1-year sentence in jail to anybody that burns the American flag. You should do that. Mike, do it, Mike. Right? Do it. That looks so bad at the Democrat National. I always call it Democrat. You know, they want it to be called Democratic. I said, then change your name. They don't change their name. Sounds worse, so I use it. But at the Democrat National Convention, I watched those American flags burning all over the place. I think it's a disgrace. And they said it's unconstitutional to stop it. Like hell it is, okay? Like hell it is. It's not unconstitutional. It's like when I stopped the riots in Washington. They were taking down statues. They were having a lot of fun. They didn't know what they were doing, having a lot of fun. And I pulled out an old law from 1907, because we don't pass laws like that, that are tough. And it said, if you touch a monument, if you touch it, even touch it against the will of authority, if you take it down, but if you even touch it, you go to jail for 10 years. And there's no 9 years and 5 months, it's 10 years. And so I signed it, I took it out, it was dusty. It was old and dusty. Hadn't been used in 78 years, I think they said. And I signed it, I announced it, and I watched about 10,000 asses I could watch from the back as they left town. They were all gone. I knew there was a problem when they started ripping down a statue of Abraham Lincoln. I said, they're going to take down the statue of Lincoln? I don't think so. We're not going to let that happen. And we've got to be tough, because if you see what's happening in Aurora, Colorado today, did you see that? Where Venezuelan gang members have taken over parts of the city. They've taken over apartment houses because these stupid people that we have leading our country are allowing these people, these criminals, to come into our country, and we're going to get them the hell out of here. And this is just the beginning. Wait till you see what happens. Wait till you see what they're doing. Unbelievable. No, it's all these congressmen. They're just shaking their head. They can't believe it. They can't believe two things, actually. The size of these crowds. You know, you could fill this place up 3 times. Why didn't you get a larger arena? Huh? Somebody said, as we were riding by, oh, it's too bad the arena hasn't started filling up. I said, no, you don't understand. It's totally full, but the line goes back for miles. It's already full. But we got to do that, fellas, you know? We got to do it. Because I've been saying for a long time, I said, these people are coming in from prisons and jails. Nobody listened to me. They're murderers. They're drug dealers. If you take a look at Venezuela as an example, their crime is down 72%. Because they've taken their criminals from Caracas. They've taken their drug dealers. They're emptying their prisons into our country. Their crime is down. All over the world, crime is down. In the Congo, in Africa, 22 people deposited into our country. Where do you come from? The Congo. Where in the Congo? Jail. What did you do? We will not say that. You can imagine. Listen, they come from Africa. They come from the Middle East, countries that are not friends of ours. And they're coming by the millions, And these fools, Kamala, who's a Marxist, these fools are letting them come into our country, destroy our country. And I said, you know, did you ever see the hat? I don't want to brag, but they do have a big selling hat. You know what it says? Trump was right about everything, right? Front row Joes. Front row Joes. Right? No, but it's... Hey, look, if I ran one of those countries, I would be doing better than them at getting the people out. You run a country... The country's inundated with really tough people that are criminals. I want to get them the hell out. If I was the head of a country, the president of a country, if I was in charge of anything having to do with the country, I would have moved them out even faster than they're doing. They are moving people into our country at numbers that nobody's ever seen. And those countries are becoming safe countries. And wait till you see what's going to happen. You know, they're just getting acclimated. You know what that means, acclimated? They're getting used to a society that really goes too far. And the only thing they go after is guys like Trump because he protests an election. That's the only thing they're good at going after. They don't go after criminals. They don't go after people that kill people. They don't go after drug dealers that kill, on average, 500 people during their lifetime. So a drug dealer kills 500 people, and the only thing they would understand would be the death penalty. If you had the death penalty for drug dealers, you wouldn't have any more drugs. You wouldn't have any more drugs. Instead, we formed blue ribbon committees made up of our great First Lady and lots of people, like Steve Witkoff, great developer in New York. But they don't do this for a living. The only thing they understand. I went to China. I saw President Xi. Had a good relationship until COVID came in. Then I broke it off. That was too much. But I said to him, and I had a great relationship with him, and I will again probably. But I said, do you have a drug problem? 1.4 billion people. No, 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 we have no drug problem. Why don't you have a drug problem? Because we have the death penalty, he said, for drug dealers. If they sell drugs, they die, he said. So those people that sold drugs, they said, you know, let's go to another country. This is a little bit tough. But they do in many other countries. In countries where you have that, you don't have a drug problem. And we are becoming a drug-infested nation, whether you like it or not. We're becoming a drug-infested nation. So we better get our act together. You know, years ago, centuries ago, China was taken over numerous times by smaller nations, much smaller nations, because they were all drugged out from the opium fields and all of that. And then one of their very powerful leaders said no more, and they ended it. And we're going to have to end it too, because we're really a country that we're a failing nation in a lot of ways. What they've done to our country is incredible. What is Kamala, who's a total lightweight. Did you see her on television last night? This is going to be the president. This is going to be the president of our country? I don't think so. Sitting propped up on a desk with this guy, this Tampon Tim. And it's the first interview she's done in, like, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And if you're too weak to do a one-on-one interview with a person that was so soft, you know, I know Dana, she's always, you know, always nasty. She was so nice to the Democrats. It's much easier to be a Democrat, but we don't agree with their policies because their policies will destroy our nation. So we can't do that. We can't do that. But it was a very weak interview from the standpoint of CNN. I think CNN should be ashamed of themselves. If that were me, aren't they? Sir, I heard you want the death penalty for drug dealers. Why? Well, you know, I'd like to end the drug epidemic, if that's okay. Remember this, and I said it. Every drug dealer, on average, kills 500 people. That's not mentioning all of the families that are destroyed forever. They're destroyed forever. And we have to do something about it because we are becoming, and we are, a drug-infested nation. We have to do something. And if you did that meaningfully, you will, in 1 week, stop the drug problem. Nobody's going to be selling drugs. Nobody. I don't know if the country's ready for it, but they should. You know, we lost, they give you fake numbers, the real numbers. We lost probably 350,000 people last year to drugs, to fentanyl and other drugs. I had to deal with President Xi, who was going to put that on their ultimate crime list. That's where they give the death penalty. If they make it in China, they sell it here. He was going to give the death penalty. When we had a rigged election, what happened is, when I left, they never picked it up. Biden never picked it up, so they never did it. But they were going to give the death penalty, which is their ultimate punishment. You can't get too much more ultimate than that. They were going to give the death penalty to the fentanyl makers in China if they make it and sell it in here. And they were going to do it because, you know, otherwise we weren't going to do trade. Little things like, we won't trade with you anymore. We won't pay you billions of dollars anymore. So easy. So easy. But people like Kamala, she let San Francisco die. She destroyed probably the greatest city, maybe one of the greatest cities, but could be. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, used to say years ago, he said San Francisco is the greatest city in America. That was probably 1670. He passed away, great guy, he passed away, but he used to talk about San Francisco all the time. Today, you can't walk into San Francisco. She destroyed it. She destroyed it. She's the one that started it, too. She was the district attorney. Then she destroyed California, along with Gavin Newsom. You know, one of the truly bad governors. But the fake news is doing everything possible, everything they can to help Kamala Harris. Do you ever notice nobody knows what her last name is? I go, okay, I'm going to give you the first name. Tell me the last name. I say, Kamala. They have no idea who the hell she is. But as they find out, you notice our poll numbers are starting to skyrocket. When they find out that she's a Marxist, when they find out her father, you know, is a Marxist professor, you know that. When they find out that she was the one that destroyed California and San Francisco a long time ago, you can't have this. Look, we have to put our country back into shape. Somebody said, women don't like Donald Trump. I said, I think that's wrong. I think they love me. I love them. I love them. Speaking of them, North Carolina, these women, this is number 227 rally. And they've been to some other than rallies. 220. They're wealthy as hell. Look at them. They've got nothing but cash. Their husbands are great. But they allow them to go all over the country. They follow me all over the country. We have front row Joes over here. We got the women from North Carolina. Look at them. And no, but they're great patriots. They're great patriots. And, you know, I spoke to the husbands one time. I say, how do you put up with this? Your husbands, your wives are traveling all over the place. Do you mind? We trust our wives, sir. We trust them implicitly. I said, well, you have great wives, let me tell you, but they've traveled, I think it's like 228, something like that. But it is beautiful to have you here. We love to have you here. Always perfectly coiffed. They're always perfectly coiffed, right? They're beautiful. They're great women, and we appreciate their being here. We appreciate you guys being here. You were here in Butler. They were there in Butler. I remember they were standing there in the front row Joes. You know what? They get here like 3 days early. They wait around for 3 days, 4 days. They probably got to know some of my guys by now. I would think they don't have to be quite so anxious. They're going to be, but they've done a great job. And then we have Mr. Wall, Irving Wall. Would you please stand up? Irving Wall. He is a great guy, and he was there for Butler, too, wasn't he? He was there. I saw him there, but he's been to many shows. How many shows have you been to? He's lost track. I agree. I agree, but I appreciate it. We appreciate it. The whole place appreciates it. They're ultimately, they're patriots. It's not about me. These are incredible patriots. These ladies are incredible patriots. So I just want to thank you. Incredible. But to show you how bad the fake news is, some of the Gold Star families, you probably read this over the last couple of days, and you know, a lot of people say, sir, don't hit down on them, the fake news. Don't hit down, sir, don't even mention. I said, should I mention it? Don't hit down. Well, but it became sort of a story. So I always like to mention it, because if you don't mention it, our supporters don't really know what to believe, and they sort of believe this stuff. So the Gold Star families and incredible people, and I got to know them because the 13 families who were, as you know, lost a loved one in Afghanistan, so needlessly, because we have an incompetent president and vice president, grossly incompetent, and we had Milley and these incompetent generals that should have been fired immediately. Not one person was fired over Afghanistan. And by the way, Russia saw that, they went into Ukraine, because they said, I had no idea that the United States was so stupid. So, and you know, when I was running that, I spoke to the leader of the Taliban. They run the whole deal. And I said, Abdul, don't even think. Don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it. Because they were shooting, they were killing our people. And they were really killing them previous to me and Obama. They were killing them in the Obama administration and with Biden. But how did he do in the debate? A friend of mine said, sir, what did you do? I said, how good was I tonight? Sir, you probably got him thrown out. Now you're going to have to run against somebody new. I said, I don't care. I have to do what I have to do. We have to do what we have to do, right? And I look forward to the debate with her. But what happened, so with Afghanistan, you know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things, and they all come back brilliantly together. And it's like, and friends of mine that are like English professors, they say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. That's not rambling. When you have, what you do is you get off a subject to mention another little tidbit, then you get back onto the subject, and you go through this, and you do it for 2 hours, and you don't even mispronounce one word. And they say he had 100,000 people. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people. They never like to report it, so I say it. But in Wildwood, New Jersey, they announced 107,000 people. And then they say, well, look at this. I mean, if you gave me a big arena, we would have said 45,000 people or something. But it is rather brilliant. But they say, yes, he rambled, but in Afghanistan. So what happens is you take the wonderful families, and they come in, and we're in Washington. They said, would it be possible, sir, would it be at all possible for you to come because we're celebrating our child's life? The child was buried because of Joe Biden and Comrade Harris. Would it be at all possible, sir, for you to be there? And I said, yeah, it's going to be real tough. I was really, like, far away, and sometimes it's tough. But I said, you know what, we have to do it. And I got my team, and I said, let's go. We're going to Arlington Cemetery, okay? I said, we're going to Arlington. Because, again, I got to know these people. Because, honestly, they would send me death certificates of their child. They said, sir, would you sign it? Please sign it. We refuse to accept his name on this death certificate. They said he killed our child, and honestly, the incompetence killed their children. The incompetence, gross. And by the way, they lost almost 500 people that day, including the other side. They left Americans behind. They're still there. Nobody knows even what happened to them. Think of this. They left $85 billion worth of brand new military equipment that I bought because I rebuilt the entire military. $85 billion worth of equipment behind. They left everything, and they moved the military first. Instead of last, you say, you stupid people, you take the military out last. For 18 months, and a lot of you know this, for 18 months, not one American, after I spoke to Abdul, the leader of the Taliban, not one person was shot. We didn't lose one person for 18 months. In fact, Joe Biden got up on television one day, and he said, for 18 months, not one person was shot during the Trump administration. Then the people started screaming at him, you stupid, don't say that. You know, you are so stupid, they tell him. But I appreciated that he said that. But it's true. For 18 months, nobody was lost, and nobody would have been lost, and we were getting out. I had it down to 5,000 people. But we were going to keep Bagram, which is the big air base, one of the biggest in the world, had the biggest runways, most powerful runways, 8 foot deep. You could land anything on those runways. Not because of Afghanistan. We're keeping Bagram for a different reason. 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, right? So I got a call from the people. Sir, we're going to be going to Arlington to honor our children who were killed, and they are devastated, the people. I had them over at Bedminster, and they didn't think I'd see them. And they said, do you think we'll see him? And they said, well, we don't know. He'll try and make it. I ended up spending 4 hours late at night listening to music with all of the relatives of the people that were killed, so needlessly killed. And I got to know them. And we were looking at the sky, beautiful place. So we're looking at the sky, and we're listening to Elvis, and we're listening to Elton John, we're listening to everybody. And I said, look, your son is looking down at you. And the whole thing was beautiful. And you get to know them. They didn't think I'd see them, but at most I would spend 15 minutes. And I ended up spending many hours. So I got to know them. So they called up and they said, do you think you could be there, sir? I said, I'll try if I can. And we really had to turn things around. Anyway, I got there. And we had a ceremony. We had the changing of the guard. No, we had a beautiful ceremony. And then they said, sir, could you come to the graves? Could you come to the graves? After the ceremony, they said, could you come to the graves? Would that be possible? I said, I will. But I got like this big stadium, something was waiting. I said, but I'm going to, because those people are the love of our lives. They are the love of our lives, right? And in all fairness, I can say there's the mother's, father's, sisters, the brother, but the various people that we're talking about, depending on who it is, but the various people, they say it to me, I'll say it to you. I mean, I don't think they can ever be the same. I said, is it better now? Because it's 3 years, is it better? No, it's not better. You know, they have an expression, time heals all wounds. But I said, is that expression true? No, sir. Maybe it's worse now, sir. It's devastating. These people are just so devastated. So anyway, we're there, and they said a prayer, different graves, one here, one there. Then they said to me, I mean, I'm not surprised. I never even thought about it. Sir, would it be possible for you to have a picture with us by the tombstone of my son? You know, the beautiful white tombstones, marble, beautiful, beautiful things, and carved, engraved with the names on them. I said, absolutely. I wasn't doing it I don't need publicity. I get a lot of publicity. I would like to get a lot less publicity. I would pay to get, I'm the only guy who would hire a public relations agent to get less publicity. Most hire to get publicity. So I was taking pictures at the grave, one with the sister, and then the mother, and then the father come in, and then another group at a different grave. And it was so beautiful, and we left, and everything was nice. And then later on that day, I heard that we were using the graves of those soldiers for public relations purposes, you know? And that was all put out by the White House. Joe Biden killed those young people because he was incompetent. And then they tell me that I used their graves for public relations services, and I didn't. And I'll tell you what, it was a disgrace. And she was involved. Remember, she said she was the last person in the room, right, when they made the decision. And pulling out was okay, but not pulling out like a bunch of incompetent fools. And that's what they did. We had them in such a great position. But when I took those pictures, it was so beautiful. They were crying. Everybody was crying. They were talking about 3 years ago, because of a grossly incompetent group of generals, and we have great generals. Don't forget, we defeated ISIS entirely with great generals, real generals, not these television morons that you see all the time. But when I saw that, I said, I think I have to talk about it. Now, my people said, don't do it, sir. Don't do it. But if I don't tell you the story, you're going to read. It was front page of the Washington Post, which has lost approximately 57% of their readers over the last 3 years. It was a story in the New York Times, which is losing reader after reader. I'm happy about that. I have to be happy because they truly are the enemy of the people. They are the enemy of the people. They tell false stories about me. That's all they do is they write false stories. They're incapable. I could do the greatest thing. I got to tell you, I ran for office, and they were covering it viciously, but it was front page every day, and then I won. I beat everybody, and I had a story on page 17. So I won, David, and my story was on page 17, but I was always at page 1 when I made a little speech or something. It's that's why they call it the fake news media. It's desperately trying to hide Kamala's failures and extremism from the public. They don't want the people to know how unfit she is to serve. She's unfit to serve. Everything she touches, she ruins. Just to finish this, I love those people. I'm so happy they took pictures of me and them and the tombstone and their lovely son or daughter. There was a daughter, too. And an incredible daughter, frankly. I've almost gotten to know them, even though I never met them, but I know everything about them. The mother would walk up and say, sir, may I tell you about my boy? You know, he was a football player. And he could throw the ball so far. He played quarterback, sir. And one day, and I realized that she's telling me a story and crying about her son who's now in a grave because of Biden and Kamala. And I listened to that whole story, how the ball was caught, how the ball was thrown, how the team did, the season the team had, and I let her talk. And then these people accused me of doing this for public relations reasons. And the fact that we even got there, so I just want to, and they were so good, they said, how dare they do that? We asked him, they did ask me. And you know, they actually came to my defense. It's nice, because sometimes that doesn't happen too. But they really did. They said, we asked him to be here, and we want him to be there always. And I just think that's great. And we love you all. Thank you. But I wrote for this particular group, you know, because this is, you know, she's anti-fracking, she's anti-everything, this Pennsylvania. And I said, do me a favor, make a little reel of Kamala Harris has no right being here. She got no votes. She ran. She was one of 22 people that ran. She was the first one to quit. She never made it to Iowa in the primaries, the first state. She was nasty to Biden. She called him a racist and everything else. You know, she'll probably call me a racist in a week from now, week and a half. I look forward to that debate very much. But she called him a racist. Remember the school bus? All she can do, she can memorize a little bit, not a lot, but she memorized a little story about a girl taking a bus. And she used it on Biden. And so when Biden picked her, I was shocked because nobody treated him so badly as her. But let's take a look at the real Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing and take it seriously. As President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance.
Let's eliminate all of that.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
You know, the food pyramid. What people
yes.
To reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets.
Harris asserted that ICE is perceived as the modern-day Ku Klux Klan.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me? I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
And yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing.
But that's her. And now she's changed everything. In fact, I think she is going to soon apply for, give me an application for joining MAGA. She's going to be wearing a MAGA cap. Now, that's her, and she can't do anything about it because that's where she is. Or with a politician, when they come out with something, that's where they end up, and she will destroy the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just remember that. And we should win a blowout. We should blow them out. You know, we win the state, we win the whole thing. And we won it in 2016, and we did much better in 2020. You know that, much better. With the whole election. Actually, in 2016, we did great, but 2020, we did much better, generally. Since Kamala and the media don't want to talk about her radical record, we will. Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's all right. That's okay. No, he's on our side. We get a little itchy, David, don't we? No, he's on our side. You know what he's showing? at Butler, an amazing thing happened. You had two American flags very far apart, held up, I think, by different cranes. They were very big flags, beautiful flags, and they were waving. And as that horrible event was taking place, the wind blew the flags together, and they formed a perfect angel. I don't know if we have it, but it was a perfect angel was formed. I'll tell you, a lot of things happened. If we have it, put it up. If we don't have it, that's all right. That's it. That's it. That's it. He had the angel. He held up the angel, and our people went after him. No, he's on our side. He's on our side. Thank you very much. It's very nice. I've never seen banners so beautiful, right? No, he's on our side. I mean, the problem is if he was on our side, you know, we can have 35, 40,000 people trying to get in. And if one person stands up and says, I don't like you, Trump, it becomes a headline. Major problems, right? No, but he is on our side. Thank you very much. That's nice. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris has overseen a nation-wrecking border division, flooding our communities with 20 or 21 million, and it could be much more than that. And don't listen to 15 and 16. You're way gone. Those days are gone. 20 million illegal aliens from 158 different countries as of now. Is there anywhere that's more fun to be than a Trump rally? Right? There's nowhere. There's nowhere. It's nice Friday. You know what? And we have plenty of time. Friday afternoon. Steve is here. David's here. All my friends are here. We have the best son in the world here. But all my friends are here, and let's just take our time and have a good time, right? Or should I hurry it up? Should we give you the short version or the longer version? Harris lost. Listen to these numbers, though. Seriously, if this were a Republican, they'd be stringing them up. Now listen to this number, because you have to understand what it means. 325,000 children have been lost. They've been allowed to be trafficked all across our borders. She flew in illegal aliens by the hundreds of thousands, and many of these were young children. But we have no idea where, think of the number, 325,000 children are missing. Many are dead. Many are involved in sex operations. Many are working as slaves in different parts of probably this country and probably many others. But she was the border czar. Now she says, I wasn't the border czar. But she was. It was headlines, border czar, border czar. But now she doesn't want that term. But whether she was a border czar or not, she was in charge of the border. 325,000 children are missing. She created a fast pass entry program to speed the admission of illegals into all of our ports of entry. And remember when they said, no, we're gonna, oh, now they have a new line. We created a strong border. No. They keep saying it over and over. The worst border in history. But they think if they keep saying it over and over, most people aren't like us. They're not that, they drive a cab. They're carpenters, they're electricians, they're accountants, they're lawyers. They're not into it other than they like Trump. Meaning they like our policies, because it's not about me. This is not about me. I had a nice life. You can ask my friend. I had the greatest life. I could go to the most beautiful places, look at the most beautiful oceans in the world. Instead, here we are, and I'm happy as hell to be with you because I like it much better. I like this much better. I like it much better. You know why? Because we're doing something. We're saving our country. I wouldn't do it just because I like it. We're saving our country. Our country needs saving. We're a failing nation, in case you have any question. We're a sadly failing nation, and we're going to make America great again. It's very simple. So we're a failing nation. We're going to make America great again. And I think we have a chance to make America greater than ever before. And remember this, if we don't do it this time, you're never going to have another crack at it. November 5th is the single most important day in the history of our country. I believe that with all my heart, because our country's going bad. And Kamala vowed to grant, remember, mass amnesty and citizenship to all of the millions of illegals that she let in, which will obliterate Medicare and obliterate your Social Security for seniors. You will not have any Social Security, and you're not going to have Medicare. The whole country is going bad. And no country, no matter who it was, no matter which country it was, no country could withstand this onslaught. No country could withstand this. And a lot of these people, remember, these are rough people. The only thing good about it is they make our gangs and they make our bad ones look like nice people by comparison. We have bad ones too, but compared to the people that are coming into our country, our criminals are very, very nice. These are really tough ones. They come from prisons. Remember that. Many of them come from prisons, and they let them out of the prisons. Why should they keep them when the stupid United States will take care of their situation? Remember that. And this is what you're voting on, by the way, at the end of September, much before November 5th. I always use the term November 5th, but I'm talking about, because today we vote 2 months early. We vote after early. Nobody knows what the hell we're doing. The elections are so screwed up. We have to get back in, and we have to change it all. We want to go to paper ballots. We want to go to same-day voting. We want to go to citizenship papers, and we want to go to voter ID. It's very simple. We want to get rid of mail-in voting. Mail-in voting. Jimmy Carter headed up a commission. By the way, the happiest man in the United States today is Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter. My wife went to the funeral of Rosalind, beautiful funeral, like 8 months ago. And I looked at Jimmy. Jimmy's old, but he's happy. You know why? Because his administration is considered brilliant compared to this administration. Brilliant. He's a happy man. But Kamala called for the abolishing of ICE. Great patriots, tough as hell. Some of my friends are sitting right here. They're some of the toughest human beings I've ever met. They're not tough enough to be in ICE. They won't do it. These guys, they see a pack of MS-13 thugs that love knives. They love cutting people up, better than guns because it's more painful. They killed 2 young girls in Long Island not so long ago. 16 years old, they were walking to school. They cut them up into pieces. They cut them up into pieces. They will go into a pack of MS-13 killers, our ICE guys, and for 2 minutes you see nothing but fists and legs and fighting. A lot of the people, like these young ladies from North Carolina, they're not into that. I don't know. I think they don't want to hear about that. They don't like to hear about people being cut up. They don't like to hear about MS-13. Have you ever seen MS-13? Typically, when you have tic-tac-toe boards on your forehead, it's not a good thing, right? They would go into these places, and they would start fighting, and at the end of 2-3 minutes, it's over, and they would stand up, and they'd take these thugs into paddy wagons, and they'd bring them the hell out of our country, and they'll get them out. And the problem we had, as you probably heard, was that the countries wouldn't take them back. Honduras, all of these, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, but they wouldn't take them back. They wouldn't take them back at all. And when I came into office, I said, we got to get these MS-13 killers. We had thousands of them in our country. They were set out by the countries where they came from, mostly those countries I just named. And a general told me, sir, we can't do that. They won't take them back. I said, why? Because Obama tried very hard to take them back.
Okay, guys, so this is just a little pivot from the Trump rally. We're gonna come back to it. I'm gonna quickly address the Arlington situation. All right, so I'm gonna post a link right here so we can watch this parent who lost their loved ones, just so we can all, be on the same page and stuff. Spreading fake news.
Here we are on a beautiful holiday weekend day. I got to stop what I'm doing, spending time with what's left of my family, to address a heinous, vile, and disgusting post put out by Kamala Harris, trying to incite those that don't follow the truth that President Trump was in Arlington as a political stunt. Shows you how much you know about the 13 families. We invited him to be there. Groundwork was put into place by Congressman Ice's office to make sure we followed protocol. Why did we want Trump there? It wasn't to help his political campaign. We wanted a leader. That explains why you and Joe didn't get a call. Imagine for a second that your kid is killed, and there's a president of the United States willing to take you under his wing and listen to you. That's what we found in President Trump. Certainly not you, and certainly not Joe Biden. You have 13 families who have been waiting over 3 years to so much as get a phone call, to so much as hear our kids' names said aloud in the halls of Congress, at a State of the Union, hell, anything. The irony behind your post, that you give a rat's ass about our military or our veterans, Jared's brothers and sisters in arms, the rest of the 12, their brothers and sisters in arms, is an outright lie. We're living proof of that. You're despicable. You have zero business running this country. And I pray to God, Americans, wake the hell up and get your ass out of office. You have spit in our face for the last fucking time.
Y'all heard that. I'll play you another one. Because y'all want to know. Because we're not about to be here just spreading, propaganda and stuff. Let's actually get down to the facts, okay? We're talking about facts, right? It's just straight up facts, okay? Can you hear this one?
Was a U.S. Marine killed in action on August 26, 2021. This message is intended for Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm not a person who usually takes to social media, but earlier today, your post regarding the incident at Arlington National Cemetery was brought to my attention. After reading it, it caused a reaction with me. You indicated in your post that you support the military and military families. I, for one, have not seen that support. It's been 3 years since my son was killed in action, and myself My family and other Gold Star families have not seen any support from you or your administration. You may make hollow promises about the economy or anything else you'd like to make promises about. But one thing that I ask of you, and the reason I'm making this message, is for you to stop making comments about your support for the military. As a Gold Star father, I know that you have not supported us. I know that you have not supported other Gold Star families. Please stop making these types of comments because that support has not been demonstrated. Your words are hollow and empty. My other request is that for the American public to know that these messages, these promises from Kamala Harris, especially in regard to supporting the military and our military families, are false and baseless. They have not been proven, and she has not earned our respect. Thank you very much.
These are these are facts. None of these are. You gotta listen to this parents right here. Okay, listen to the parents, not me, because you guys just want to watch a news channel that tells you stuff. Listen to the parents that have lost their kids. That's who you should listen to. Don't listen to me.
Nothing more than a political spin to help you look better in your presidential campaign against Donald Trump. You have never walked a single day in our shoes. Our kids were murdered because of your administration, and you are partly to blame for that as well. What happened at Arlington was President Trump was invited by those families who have their soldiers buried at Arlington. They were invited there as a friend, as somebody who has taken the time numerous times on numerous occasions to hear our stories, to speak our kids' names, and to help us get some accountability from your administration, because in over 3 years, we have gotten nothing but more and more lies. Just like your statement, more and more spun lies and cover-ups to make you and your administration look good. But there is one thing that you said in your statement that was true. No one should be running for president if they cannot honor military members, their families, as well as veterans. So I guess that means that you should step down, Kamala.
So this isn't me, bro. These are parents who have lost their children. So just relax and listen to these people. Not me. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, bro.
My name is Jim McCollum. I am the Gold Star father of United States Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, killed in Afghanistan, August 26, 2021. Your recent remarks related to Trump's visit to Arlington are filled with nothing but lies and deceit. How do you sleep at night knowing it was you, this administration, you and Biden, you being the last one in the room, are responsible for the death of our 13 kids? You have failed for 3 years and 8 months to acknowledge our kids, to acknowledge me. You don't know me. You've never spoken to me. You've never reached out to me. You have failed in your duties as vice president. You have been nothing but disrespectful to me and the families of the 13. Yet you're claiming that you will always be respectful and show respect for our fallen. You've been absent for 3 years and 8 months. You've proven that you're not capable to do the job that you have, let alone the job that you seek. You know nothing about honor, courage, commitment, respect, but President Trump does. President Trump has been there for us. He's been a rock for us. He showed compassion for us, and he showed he truly cares for the families that truly do know what the ultimate sacrifice really is. You have the day you deserve.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. All right. Just wanted to play you a little bit of something right there so everybody knows where this stand, you know. We're not here to lie, push some sort of narrative or some, whatever. This is just facts we're spreading right here. Okay. So let's go back to the rally. No fake news, okay? Just
Two endorsements of former Democrats for president, Tulsi Gabbard, our country. I believe that with all my heart, because our country's going bad. And Kamala vowed to grant, remember, mass amnesty and citizenship to all of the millions of illegals that she let in, which will obliterate Medicare and obliterate your Social Security for seniors. You will not have any Social Security, and you're not going to have Medicare. The whole country is going bad. And no country, no matter who it was, no matter which country it was, no country could withstand this onslaught. No country could withstand this. And a lot of these people, remember, these are rough people. The only thing good about it is they make our gangs and they make our bad ones look like nice people by comparison. We have bad ones too, but compared to the people that are coming into our country, our criminals are very, very nice. These are really tough ones. They come from prisons. Remember that. Many of them come from prisons, and they let them out of the prisons. Why should they keep them when the stupid United States will take care of their situation? Remember that. And this is what you're voting on, by the way, at the end of September, much before November 5th. I always use the term November 5th, but I'm talking about, because today we vote 2 months early. We vote after early. Nobody knows what the hell we're doing. The elections are so screwed up. We have to get back in, and we have to change it all. We want to go to paper ballots. We want to go to same-day voting. We want to go to citizenship papers, and we want to go to voter ID. It's very simple. We want to get rid of mail-in voting. Mail-in voting. Jimmy Carter headed up a commission. By the way, the happiest man in the United States today is Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter. My wife went to the funeral of Rosalind, beautiful funeral, like 8 months ago. And I looked at Jimmy. Jimmy's old, but he's happy. You know why? Because his administration is considered brilliant compared to this administration. Brilliant. He's a happy man. But Kamala called for the abolishing of ICE. Great patriots, tough as hell. Some of my friends are sitting right here. They're some of the toughest human beings I've ever met. They're not tough enough to be in ICE. They won't do it. These guys, they see a pack of MS-13 thugs that love knives. They love cutting people up better than guns because it's more painful. They killed 2 young girls in Long Island not so long ago. 16 years old, they were walking to school. They cut them up into pieces. They cut them up into pieces. They will go into a pack of MS-13 killers, our ICE guys, and for 2 minutes you see nothing but fists and legs and fighting. A lot of the people, like these young ladies from North Carolina, they're not into that. I don't know. I think they don't want to hear about that. They don't like to hear about people being cut up. They don't like to hear about MS-13. Have you ever seen MS-13? Typically, when you have tic-tac-toe boards on your forehead, it's not a good thing, right? They would go into these places, and they would start fighting, and at the end of 2-3 minutes, it's over, and they would stand up, and they'd take these thugs into paddy wagons, and they'd bring them the hell out of our country, and they'll get them out. And the problem we had, as you probably heard, was that the countries wouldn't take them back. Honduras, all of these, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, But they wouldn't take them back. They wouldn't take them back at all. And when I came into office, I said, we got to get these MS-13 killers. We had thousands of them in our country. They were set out by the countries where they came from, mostly those countries I just named. And a general told me, sir, we can't do that. They won't take them back. I said, why? Because Obama tried very hard to take them back. Barack Hussein Obama. Has anybody ever heard of Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. Rush, the great Rush Limbaugh, right? We miss Rush. We miss him. But they wouldn't take him back, and the general said, sir, they won't take him back. They put planes on the runway when we're about to fly in. They'll take their commercial jets, put them on the runway so he couldn't land. They'd stop up all the buses. So they'd bring them there, and they'd have to turn around. Couldn't get them in. This for years. I said, General, how much money do we pay them in aid every year? Sir, I'll find out. So he comes in to find. So we give them $750 million a year. By the way, it sounds like a lot. That's peanuts compared to what we give them. But it's still a lot of money. Sir, we give them $750 million. Okay, you let them know that effective immediately, they're no longer getting any foreign aid. They're no longer getting no help. No more help. So the time went by, and I came into the office the following morning, nice and early, which I do. And what happened was very amazing. All three countries, these three countries called me, the heads of the countries. Sir, there seems to be a problem. What? Is there anything I can help you with? I heard you're very disturbed about us. Yeah, you're sending over in the caravans your thugs, your killers, and your MS-13 gang members, and you're not letting them come back into your country, and we're bringing them back. If we have to do, I don't give a crap what we have to do, we're bringing them back. Sure, please, sir. We would be delighted to take MS-13 back. They're wonderful individuals. I said, does that mean you're taking it back? Well, sir, I understand you're no longer making payment to us. He said, that's right, and you'll never see that money again. You better open up. Sir, we would be delighted to take them back. All you had to do is ask. 10 minutes later, I get a call from another, the exact same conversation. Could have put it on tape, it would have been identical. Sir, is there a problem? Yeah, you're not taking your criminals back that you sent into our country. We would be delighted to do so. And we took out MS-13 by the thousands and thousands and thousands. And now they're probably all coming back through this weak and pathetic administration that we have. Kamala has provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens. Immunity meaning you can't get them out. Living inside the United States, she's importing MS-13 gang members back into our country. Nothing's going to happen good with MS-13 gang members. And they're going into our high schools, and they're going to class in the high schools, and they're accosting our kids. They're rough kids. These are rough ones. We are being conquered in a certain way from within. If you think about it, like in Colorado today, Aurora, they're taking over the city. They're taking over. They're going in with these massive guns, AK-47s and others, AR-15s, have you ever heard of that one? But they're going in and they're taking over our cities. You watch what's going to happen. We have hundreds of thousands of these people in certain of our cities. And if you think they're going to behave, they're not going to behave. These are rough people. These people came from rough places. And they're just sort of getting acclimated now, right? They're getting acclimated. And now they're finding out, gee, we're not allowed to, you know, the police aren't allowed to talk rough to you, or the police gets arrested. I mean, if the police people do their job, they end up losing their pension, they end up losing their families, they end up losing their house, their car. And they're learning this, these guys. And wait till you see what's going to happen. But it's already been happening. They've killed many, many people in our country. I was at the border last week, and I was with the parents and other family members of some of the young kids that got killed, viciously, violently killed by illegal immigrants coming into our country. We can't have this. It's just our country. It's not sustainable. Our country's going to fail. These people are stupid people that are running our country. They don't have any common sense. They believe in an ideology. And if you look at Kamala and you look at what she's done to every place she's touched, has turned to shit. Every single place she's touched. Have to say it. Every place she's touched, you know, you might have heard this, Franklin Graham is wonderful. And he wrote me a letter and he said, "Sir, I love your stories and I love listening to your rallies, but could you please don't use foul language. Your speeches would be even better if you didn't use foul language." But there's an example. It's not really that bad a word, but how can you top that word for what I'm talking about, right? What word? Every place she touches wouldn't be nice. That would be a thud. It would land with a thud. No. And Franklin's probably right. I'm not sure I agree with him, but he's a great guy, actually. But he did say that to me. He said, please don't. And so I try and avoid it. My wife also, she says, please don't use foul language. But it's hard. You know, there's some words that can't be duplicated. They can't. I try, but it can't be duplicated. Comrade Kamala launched a radical left war on Pennsylvania energy that will destroy the economy of your state. On Kamala's first day in office, she shut down the Keystone Pipeline, which I approved. She shut down drilling on all federal land. She re-entered the disastrous Paris Climate Accord. Do you know what that was? That was the worst deal, other than it sounds so nice, the Paris Climate. It basically said that this country is screwed. It said this country is going to pay billions and billions of dollars. Other countries are going to pay nothing. China, as an example, pays nothing because they consider it a developing nation. We're not. We better start developing fast or we're not going to have a country left. So I terminated it. We pay billions of dollars. Russia pays nothing. China pays nothing. India pays nothing. And they won't pay for years, but we pay because we're a bunch of suckers. And I terminated it. And one of the early things that Harris did, because she's the one that pushed it, is they renewed it for even more money than they were paying before. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. You'd almost think they hate our country. Kamala Harris surrendered our energy independence, spent hundreds of billions of dollars on the Green New Scam. She's trying to take away gas stoves and heaters. She's vowed repeatedly that we will ban fracking. We will always ban fracking. She just said it today. I saw it. They have a clip from like 2 years ago. She said, no, I'm in favor of fracking, like last week. Oh, no, I'm in favor. Then they start playing clips. We will always ban fracking. There will never be fracking. The people of Pennsylvania are smart. They're not going to fall for it. She will destroy. If you don't have fracking, you don't have a commonwealth. She also imposed a crippling natural gas export ban on Pennsylvania oil and gas, another catastrophe for your state. And this is all stuff that she's done. And I want to call up, I'm flying in with some friends on a very nice plane. It has a very nice television. And I'm watching RSBN, and I'm watching Fox, and I'm watching a lot of them. RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful. It's like it's the Super Bowl every time we do a rally, right? They do a great job. Thank you, RSBN. Where are you back there, RSBN? Thank you. Wow, what a job. What a job you do. But we were watching, actually, RSBN, and there was a man there named Mark Caskey, the founder of Steel Nation, and he made the greatest speech. And it wasn't necessarily a Winston Churchill type speech, because Winston didn't wear a pith helmet. And Winston's hair wasn't quite as long as Mark's hair. And Winston was brought up in the Oxford tradition, but it was actually just as good. He actually gave me ideas. I thought I was the one that was exposing how bad it's going to be in Pennsylvania and our country if we stop doing the fossil fuel thing. Because, you know, in Germany they stopped, and the country was ready to go down the tubes. Now they're building a coal plant a week. A coal plant a week. And Angela is no longer with us. She's no longer with us. But where is Mark Caskey? Is he still around? Oh, look at him right here. Oh, he's probably shocked. I don't know who the hell he is, but you gave the greatest speech. Would you come up? Can I shake your hand? Man, you are something, Mark. Hey, Mark. You want to say something? Come on, say something. Come here. He can say a little bit more, right?
Winston Churchill, I'm not. I was born and raised in Carolina and in Pittsburgh as an adult, and I've been a Yinzer for a long time, President. You know, the war on energy by the left, and it's not just here, it's worldwide. What's happening in Europe right now is a shame. To even think about EVs here in America when the technology's not there. We would have to cover 2/3 of America with solar panels to power this great country of ours. We have the Marcellus Shale right below our feet in West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, but New York's not bright enough to take advantage of it. That Cuomo family kind of shut that down a while ago, President. We were on stage with President Trump in 2019 at the convention center in Pittsburgh. We're going to have better results this year, but the people behind me, let's stick together, all the oil and gas and coal workers, nuclear workers, power plant workers. Let's put Mr. Trump, President Trump, over the line. I'm watching Mark, and, you know, he's talking about all the things that happened when they shut down everything. They then closed up Keystone XL. People forget. I had it approved. I approved it. It wasn't going to happen. Billions of dollars had been spent. I approved it. They came in. They shut it down. The only one they didn't shut down was the Russian pipeline going through Europe, right? Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2, Mark, until I came along, right? Russia was building the biggest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and various other countries in Europe. Countries that we defend against Russia. Think of this. So we defend them against Russia with NATO. We pay billions and billions, far more than we're supposed to be paying, because they had a lot of people that were delinquent. But after I got finished, they paid, you know? They all paid. They said, would you defend us if we don't pay? I said, no. They all paid. Obama used to come in, make a speech and leave. Bush came in, made a speech and leave. And, you know, remember this. Under Bush, Putin took a lot of land. Under Obama, Putin took a lot of land. Under Biden, he's trying to take all of the land, all of the land. Under Trump, he took nothing. Right, Mark? He took nothing. But Mark said, and I said, write this down. Mark, do you have a copy of that speech, please? It's much easier. Just give me a copy. But no, he named like 6 things that happened immediately. But one of them was so big because the Keystone XL pipeline was a big deal, and that was going to bring a lot of oil in, and it was going to go in. You know, pipelines underground is safer than trucks, I guess, right? And a lot more efficient. It was a big deal, and I approved it, and this guy came in and he immediately dropped it. But you know what? He did approve Nord Stream. Now, I shut down Nord Stream. Russia was upset with me. Putin said, you know, if you're supposed to be my friend, I'd hate like hell to see you as my enemy. I closed the biggest deal they've ever done. It was shut. And then this guy came in who's got a low IQ, very, very low. Now he's got maybe no IQ. You have to check it out. And he immediately, the first thing he did was approve the Nord Stream pipeline. And then they'd say, Mr. Congressman, oh, look who we have. Byron, stand up, please. Superstar of the future. He's already a superstar, but he's a superstar of the future. Byron Donalds, Florida. Wow, that's nice to have you here. That's good. He's great. He's great. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good. But we have a group of people that are really great. But so I stopped Nord Stream 2, stopped it cold, wasn't going to happen. This guy comes in, he approves it. Then they say, oh, Trump was nice to Russia. I wasn't nice to Russia. But you know what? Getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing. Remember that. Getting along with these people is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a smart thing to do. I got along with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Remember, I walked over the first person to ever walk over from this country, and we also looked at his nuclear capability. It's very substantial. No, getting along is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. The fake news would say, he likes Putin or Putin likes him. Let me tell you, they said, President Xi likes Trump. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. But we were tough with China, too. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxes and tariffs. No other president took in 10 cents. When we win on day one, I will tell Pennsylvania to drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And you know, a man named Mark Levin. Does anybody know Mark Levin? He's great. But he said something to me. He said, you know, he loves this country so much. His show is fantastic. And I do an interview with him this weekend, so I hope you're going to watch. But he's very smart, very tough, but he really loves the country, and he hates what he sees happening. But he sent me something. He said, if you'd like, you can read this at your rally today, and if you like it, you can use it anytime you want. And I think I'm going to do it because it's not very long, and we have plenty of time, and it's only about 100 degrees in here. It's actually not that bad. But Mark is a great man, and he's a great patriot, and he writes, here's what we know about Comrade Kamala Harris. She just doesn't care about the American people, especially hardworking, middle-class Americans. She just doesn't give a damn about you. She does not care about the deaths, sex slavery, drugs, criminals coming across our border. She has been vice president for nearly 4 years, and she did nothing to stop it. All she does is complain. She says it's not her job, but it is her job. She does not care about the middle class struggling over inflation, the cost of gasoline, electricity, or the cost of food. She does not care if you lose your job or cannot find a job. She does not care if you have to run up your credit card. She does not care if your family are struggling, and she did absolutely nothing to fix it. She's the vice president, but she just does not care. She does not care about women's rights because she supported destroying women's sports and athletic scholarships. She wants men to play in women's sports. She does not care about protecting little children from sex change operations because she chose Tampon Tim as a running mate who believes the state, not mothers and fathers, should have the final say on sex change operations for their children. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe that? Kamala Harris wants to outlaw your car and truck and force you to buy electric vehicles, whether you like them or not, whether you can afford it or not, and they don't go far. She does not care how it impacts you or your family. Kamala Harris does not care about senior citizens because she believes illegal aliens should receive Social Security and Medicare, which she knows will bankrupt those insurance programs. making it impossible for you to receive your pension and health care, which you paid for your entire working life. That's true. She wants to destroy your private health care, even if you like it, even if your employer contributes to it. And she wants Washington, D.C. to make your medical decisions. She wants Washington to decide what procedures and medicines and care you should receive. Whether or not you like it is not important. Kamala Harris had nearly 4 years to show us who she is. She is an uncaring politician with a radical ideology. She is a Marxist. Despite her campaign of lies and flip-flops, we know who Kamala Harris is. We know by her actions and we know by her inaction. We know she does not care about working people, about the middle class, about any of our great American citizens. She does not respect you. Ask the families of the 13 service member heroes who died during the surrender of Afghanistan if Kamala Harris cares about our young people. Just ask them that question. Does she care about our military? The answer is no. Ask the cops in the street trying to protect you from murderers, rapists, and thugs if Kamala Harris cares about law-abiding citizens. Ask the families of women raped and murdered by illegal aliens and the teenagers cut to shreds by gangs from El Salvador and Venezuela if Kamala Harris cares about you. Harris has opposed school choice for poor inner-city kids. She's opposed police in schools to protect your children. And she's defended stocking school library shelves with filthy graphic books. She refused to prosecute pedophiles who molested your children. When she was DA and AG in California, 2 places she absolutely destroyed. Does this sound like someone who cares about children? Kamala Harris has failed you. She has failed as vice president. She has broken trust with you. She has done nothing for the middle class, working families. She's done nothing even for hardworking people. Your eyes don't lie. You see it. We all see it. She's sitting as the vice president of the United States, and yet nobody knows who the hell she is. She does not give a damn about you. This is the real Kamala Harris, and now she wants a promotion. Well, I'm here to give her a demotion, not a promotion. She can hide and she can lie all the way through, and with her surrogates and the corrupt media. But the truth is coming out. Right now, it's already coming out much faster than I thought. The American people are smart. They will not be manipulated by Hollywood, the fake news media, and all of the advertising. And you deserve a president who respects you, talks to you, who levels with you, and who always has your best interests at heart. This November, we are going to tell Harris that we've had enough, that we can't take it anymore. You've done a terrible job. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. Thank you very much. We're pleased to be joined today by some warriors. We want warriors. That's what we need. And they're friends of mine, and they fought by my side, and we've done so many things. Right to try. We all know what right to try is. You're terminally ill, and you weren't able to get our space-age great medicines, cures. And we got the right to get it done. They tried for 50 years to try and get it done. They never got it done. We got it done. Got it done with the help of these people. And so many other things that we did, rebuilding our military, building the wall. We built hundreds of miles of wall. These people are great people, and some of the best of them are representing the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Representatives Dan Muser. Dan, thank you. What a job he does. Handsome devil, too. He's a handsome devil. Thank you, Dan. Guy Ressenthaler. Guy Ressenthaler. What? That's the toughest name in all of show business. Thank you, Guy. That's a great job. Lloyd Smucker. Lloyd, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lloyd. John Joyce. I saw him take the jacket off. That was quite a scene. That was quite a scene. Byron Donalds from Florida, who you met. The winner and a star. And a man who, right from the beginning, was with me. He's a tough guy, too. He used to sit outside. It was like 10 degrees below zero, and he wouldn't wear even an undershirt. And he's not that pretty to look at, I'll be honest. But he's a tough cookie, and the people of the state, of the Commonwealth, they really love him. He's a fantastic American, fights like hell for everything that's good. Congressman Mike Kelly. Right? How's that? Good job for you? Thanks, Mike. Good job, Mike. Today he's wearing a shirt. I don't want to see him without a shirt. Ambassador Carla Sands, who did a fantastic job a little while ago, and she was a great ambassador. Thank you, Carla. Beautiful job today. The mayor of Slippery Rock, John David Longo. John. Thank you. Thank you, John. Great job. And the man who's going to defeat your terrible Senator Bob Casey. Bob Casey, by the way, just say, look, I don't want to spend. Nobody knows who the hell he is. His father was there a long time. He's there a long time. They're tough to beat. You know, I was telling them, they are tough to beat. But this guy's a hero. He's a star. He was a brilliant student. Everything he ever did, he went to Wall Street. He became like one of the biggest people. And I know I just see it. Some of these guys, they've been there for years and years, and I'm not knocking them. They're survivors. What they are is survivors more than anything else. But this guy is an outstanding person. This guy is not a survivor. He's somebody that can really turn the country around and somebody that we need. And maybe I'd like to have him come up and say a few words. Dave McCormick, please. Come on up, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are so proud to have you in the Keystone State. This is ground zero where you're going to go back to the White House based on what happens here in Pennsylvania. Right here, ground zero. And Mr. President, I'm so optimistic that you are going to win in Pennsylvania. You're going to win the presidency for two reasons. Number one, when I'm going across our great Commonwealth, the thing people say they want is common sense leadership, the kind of common sense leadership you showed when you were president. But the second thing they say they want, and I tell them, I say, listen, I was there with Mike Kelly and Dan Muser in Butler. I saw you get shot. I saw you come up, and I saw strength when you said, fight, fight, fight. Thank you, Mr. President. We're glad to have you with us here today.
He was there, by the way. He had just left the stage, actually. That was good timing. That was good timing. Just left the stage, right? I said, say hello to Dave. And then it began, a horrible thing. Also with us are Bob and Sherry Kepka. Where's Bob? I got to see Bob. Where is he? Where the hell is Bob? My golfing buddy. Bob Kepka. So he's the son of two great golfers, and they're both phenomenal people. One is Brooks. He's one of the best in the world. He just won last week. That is oh, look at him. He's shooting me as I'm talking. You can't do that. You're supposed to be standing up listening to every word. He's shooting it. I can't believe. Okay, so, hey, Brooks, your father's doing a great job. Your family is the greatest. But Brooks is one of the greatest players in the world. He's got 5 majors already as a young man. 5 majors, that's Hall of Fame all the way, right, Steve? And I'll tell you, he gets it from somewhere. He gets it from that guy, because that guy can play. We play each other, but Trump can play too. We play each other, we have a good time, right? We have say hello to the family, you 2 boys, everybody, okay? Thank you. Thank you both. Sherry, thank you. Great guy, great family. And 2 amazing Puerto Rican musical legends. They're legends, Justin Quiles and Anuel. Do you know who they are? Do you know who the hell they are? Come up here, just fast, fellas, come on. Because I don't know if these people know who the hell you are. But it's good for the Puerto Rican vote. Every Puerto Rican is going to vote for Trump right now. We'll take. Hi, fellas.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. For me, it's a real blessing to be here. I'm from Puerto Rico. We are a big part of United States. We really depend on the United States. Since Trump hasn't been around, Puerto Rico's, it's not a secret. We've been going through a lot as a country. And Biden always promised. A lot of politicians always promise through the years, but all of us know, the world knows, everybody's experienced it. The best president the world has seen, this country has ever seen. His name is President Trump. Thank you for having me here. To all my Puerto Ricans, let's stay united. Let's vote for Trump. I personally spoke with him. He wants to help Puerto Rico grow and succeed as a country. So let's stand out tall and united. And we all want to remember that. He wants to keep helping Latinos in the U.S. Let's do things the right way, and let's keep growing. Let's keep growing as a family, and let's make America great again. God bless y'all.
I'll also say a few words here. Mr. President, I'm beyond honored being here with you today. Mr. President, above all, I like you because I always say this, you're not a puppet. I love that about you. Yeah, I really do. I back you because I feel you're the most honest president we ever had. That's true. Saying things how they are, not what you think people want to hear. And that's very important. A lot of Latinos, we stand strong next to President Trump. A lot of Latinos, we love you as well. Thank you for sharing with us back there that how important building back Puerto Rico is. And not only building up Puerto Rico, but let's make America great again. Let's go.
Wow, that's great. That's really nice. Great honor, fellas. Very talented guys, too. Just one final, a friend of mine who's been a friend for a long time, one of the most successful people in New York and Florida and all around. Wherever he goes, he's successful. He never fails. He really doesn't. He's very extraordinary. Mr. Steve Witkoff. He's right here. Steve, stand up. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Got one of the great families, too. One of the great, great families. One of his boys is looking down right now, very proud of Dad, right? Looking down, you have brothers, he's looking down saying, I'm so proud of my dad. But Steve is just extraordinary. So thank you, Steve, for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. It's going to happen. We're going to get it done fast. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion into our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. We will halt the invasion and deport the illegals. She will let in the next 15 million people, and if they won in 4 years, we will have had over 100 million people from all over the world enter our country, and many of them likewise will be from prisons, mental institutions, gang members, criminals. We're not going to do it. She will destroy this country. She's worse than Biden, because Biden wasn't a real believer in the radical left. She is. That's all she knew. That's what her father taught her, a Marxist professor. That's what he taught her. We will defeat inflation very quickly, and we will make America affordable again. People cannot afford to live here. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. I already brought it to #1. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Look what happened. We're going to be energy dominant very soon. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, and we will use it to reduce taxes and energy costs for our people. We will also start paying down debt very substantially. In 12 months, we will cut your energy bills in half. We will cut them in half. And that includes heating, air conditioning, electricity, and gasoline. I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower very quickly. We're ready to do that. We had the most successful country economically in the history of the world, and we'll get it back very fast. We will no longer allow foreign countries to take our jobs and steal our wealth. In Mexico, they're building massive automobile factories that the UAW head doesn't know. The people know. That's why the people are for me within the UAW, United Auto Workers. But they're building massive plants. They're owned by China. They think they're going to make cars, sell them into the United States. No, they're not. I will put a 200% tariff on every single car, and no car will be coming to the United States. We will make our own products, and by far less from foreign countries that we are buying right now, other countries that make us pay a tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax or tariff when they send their product into the United States. It'll be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. So if China or any other country charges us a 100% or 200% tariff or tax, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tariff or tax in return. I will end the electric vehicle mandate. I will cut every job-killing regulation of the Harris-Biden administration. I cut more regulations than any president in history by far, and I gave you the largest tax cuts of any president in history by far. And make our auto manufacturing business stronger than ever before. We're going to bring in tremendous numbers of factories. They're going to all be brought in because it's going to be too expensive for people to make them outside. They're going to all come back. We're going to bring it back. We've lost 72% of our automobile manufacturing business over the last 30 years. It's going to come back. When I'm back in the White House, we will pass large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So if you're a restaurant worker, a bartender, hospitality worker, a caddy, a barber, driver, or anyone else who relies on tip income, your tips will be yours. You know, they've given you inflation. They've taken all your money away. And, you know, she heard this, and 2-3 months later, she said there will be no tax on tips. How original. That's why we talk about the American dream. She heard that the other day. So she'll start talking soon about she's going to bring back the American. She doesn't know what the American dream is. I will fight for and protect your Social Security and Medicare with no cuts whatsoever. And we will have no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. No more tax. Yesterday, I made a major new announcement. If I'm elected this November, for the first time ever, your government will pay for or require insurance companies to pay for all costs associated with IVF fertility treatment. We want more babies to be born in America. We want more babies. We need them. We need them. We will cut wasteful and unnecessary spending, and we will terminate the Green New Deal and spend that money on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt, not fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation with no benefit whatsoever to our country. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will restore peace through strength very quickly. We will end the weaponization of government against the American people. We will protect religious liberty, and we will end the war on Christmas is back. Remember? 8 years ago, I said there's a war on Christmas. They were afraid to say Merry Christmas, and we had it won, but now how much can it take? But we will stop that very quickly. Just don't buy. Anybody doesn't say Merry Christmas, you don't buy, and that'll be back very, very quickly. When I return to the White House, I will also stop the indoctrination of your children and protect your parents' rights. We're going to protect parents' rights. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. In Washington, D.C., you leave the Commonwealth, you want to go see the Washington Monument, and you end up getting stabbed. You look at dirty roads with bad barricades, with graffiti all over the marble. It's going to be cleaned up real fast. We're going to take it over. We're going to run it properly. And we're going to have tough law enforcement. People aren't going to be shot in Washington, D.C. anymore. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. It's fading. We're not going to let that. That would be like losing a world war. You can't let that happen. Then we would be a third world nation. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe. We will unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield all around our country. Other countries have it. Why shouldn't we? We're going to all make it right here in Pennsylvania and other places. We're going to make a lot of it right here in Pennsylvania, from what I hear. But Israel has it. It worked. 300 rockets shot. 299 got shot down. One got pretty seriously hit. But if you think about it, it's amazing technology. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but the technology wasn't there. But now the technology is there. We're going to have it built. We're going to have that dome built right over us. We're going to have a beautiful, safe country. One way or the other, we're going to keep it safe. We're going to keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we're going to keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, a Marxist, and we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. We have to stop it. And I think a lot of things are happening. Look, people are seeing who she is. All you had to do is watch yesterday. Give me a break. That's not a president. That's not a president. That's not a president. And we can't let that person destroy our country. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get the hell out to vote, okay? Front row Joe. Right? Because we want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. And go to swampthevoteusa.com. Swampthevoteusa.com. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. God bless you.
Shout out to Gang. Thank you for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel. Smash the like button. And if you want to make America great again, subscribe to the channel, guys. Subscribe to the channel. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Daddy gotta go. I gotta go handle some business. You know what time it is. I gotta handle some business. All right, all right. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. And it is what it is. I'm gonna be back tonight and we're gonna do a little bit of streaming, okay? God bless you. God bless you. I appreciate you guys. Get your voter's card. Whatever you got to get, make sure you get it so you can vote. Early voting is going to start, I think, in 2-3 weeks from now. So don't slip, okay? Get your voter's card and make sure you vote. God bless you.